Chapter 971. Since August 15th, Jiang Shao had been staying in the Yi family. After the guests left, the dojo regained its peace again. There weren't too many powerful star warriors, and only the ordinary disciples of the Yi clan were left. Jiang Shao could finally catch a breather. It couldn't be helped, the big shots gathered on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony. It was too scary. Most of the ordinary disciples were in the galaxy stage and did not give Jiang Shao much pressure. Jiang Shao taught his two disciples diligently every day, and it could be said that he did his best to teach them. The lessons would start at 4 a.m. and end at 5 p.m. There would also be a practical lesson at night. In the beginning, Jiang Shao was still teaching the two of them in the martial arts arena. Later on, he brought them back to his own courtyard and began teaching. Yi family's second uncle naturally thought that Jiang Shao chose to teach in his own courtyard and teach his family's heavenly halberd to prevent the Yi family's disciples from peeking and learning it in secret. But in fact, second uncle Yi was thinking too much. Jiang Shao wasn't afraid that others would learn and look at him, but it didn't feel good to be the center of attention every day. Besides, it would also disturb the training of the other disciples. 10 days passed by quickly. Be it Yi Qingchen or Chen Lingtao, they were both talented in using cold weapons. What was even rarer was that these two geniuses were able to endure hardship and were willing to train. Jiang Shao was not a strict teacher, but every night during actual combat lessons, he would use the divine weapon, the void halberd, heavenly halberd, to beat the two of them until their faces were swollen. The couple indeed had steel bodies, but they weren't afraid of the void halberd at all. Even if Jiang Shao didn't use star power to wrap it, he could still use the void halberd to fight against their steel bodies. The material was simply irrefutable. Although Chen Lingtao was tall and strong, in fact, he was only a high school student and a rookie in the nebula stage. He had not yet broken through the threshold of the galaxy stage, and his physical fitness had not undergone a qualitative change. Therefore, every time during the night combat class, the three of them would fight. Jiang Zhao's specialized halberd technique made Chen Lingtao not only a burden to Yi Qingchen, but also Jiang Zhao's accomplice. Getting beaten up was a small matter. Yi Qingchen and Chen Lingtao could also sense how serious and responsible Jiang Shao was. Every action had to be corrected perfectly. According to Jiang Shao, the two of them were still at the stage of laying the foundation, and they could not afford to be sloppy. Yi Qingchen loved these days, but she noticed that her master seemed to have something on his mind. He always had a solemn look on his face. At this moment it was nighttime. Jiang Shao crossed his arms and stood in front of his house, watching the two of them in the courtyard. His expression gradually turned sullen, and Yi Qingchen stole a glance at him again. While they were resting, Yi Qingchen went up to him and said softly, "Master." Jiang Shao turned to look at Yi Qingchen curiously. Yi Qingchen asked, "Is there something bothering Master? Was it because school was about to start? Time is indeed a little tight, but Xiao Tao and I can apply for leave and follow you to the capital Star Warrior City. It's okay." Ever since the ceremony, Yi Qingchen had changed the way she addressed Jiang Shao. During daily training, she would respectfully address Jiang Shao as Master. However, after the actual combat lesson at night and the day's lessons, she would immediately change the way she addressed Jiang Shao and address him as Pippi. Jiang Shao nodded but did not say anything. He did have something on his mind, and it was a very big one. In the alien sphere, his exploration team was having a hard time. The land of Yen Zhao was not a place humans should go. Reality had proven that even if you had a Starry Sky Healer and a Starry Sky Archmage, you still could not dominate the alien sphere. They could not even conquer Yen Zhao province, let alone other places. At this time, the 4 golden companions of the exploration team had all died. The eldest disciple, Yinbu, had also died because of his fighting style. He had died in front of Jiang Shao, and his body had been blown to pieces by the Pearl of Death. Fortunately, the 4 humans were fine. Jiang Shao and Yu Yuchen almost lost their lives, but they were saved by Senior He Yun, who had activated the star transformation martial skill. However, Senior He Yun's star transformation martial skill could not be activated all the time. Every time he used it, he had to have enough time to rest. He was already old and his energy was not as good as the younger ones. The entire team had obtained a large number of star beads, but they were also on thin ice and were beaten back to reality by absolute power. It was too difficult. The 2 Starry Sky powerhouses were indeed 5th-level masters, but the countless fugitives were also 5th-level masters among the exotic beasts. The fugitives did not have the star transformation martial skill, the variety of star techniques, or the attainment of tactics, but they had the advantage in numbers. Even the extremely powerful blind lady had recognized the reality. It was impossible for them to kill their way out in one go, so they could only do it step by step. At this time, this small team was retreating in an orderly manner. The constant battles and life and death situations had left them physically and mentally exhausted, especially mentally. They had reached their limits and really could not hold on any longer. What they needed was not just a normal rest, but also a period of stability, a period of peace that could heal their minds. Master? Pippi? Ichingchen reached out and gently tugged at the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt. It was the first time she had called Jiang Shao Pippi during the lesson. It was obvious that she was very worried about Jiang Shao. Ah! Jiang Shao snapped out of his trance and said, "Let's call it a day. In 2 days, when school reopens, I have to go back to the capital to accept the Wasteland Reclaimers Award. I have many identities and a busy schedule. I will arrange a training plan for you guys over the next few days. I will stay here for a week every month and give you some pointers." Chen Lingtao felt rather helpless, but he also knew that Jiang Zhao's identity was indeed very special. "Come here on time at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning." Jiang Shao was undoubtedly asking them to leave. Ichingchen and Chen Lingtao could not say anything else. Hence, they had no choice but to walk out of the courtyard after Jiang Shao sent them off. Jiang Shao slowly closed the wooden door and sighed helplessly. "If I don't go to the alien ball, I won't be able to explore it at all." Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly and turned around. However, his body froze all of a sudden. At this moment, there were 2 figures in cloaks standing in the middle of the small courtyard. Under the night sky, there were no sparring partners in the courtyard. At this moment, everything was silent. The 2 of them stood quietly in the middle of the courtyard with their hoods covering the upper half of their faces. Judging from the lower half of their faces, they seemed to be a man and a woman. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a sound of silence. However, Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. It was as if he had lost contact with the star power in his body. Behind Jiang Shao, a black fog doll slowly floated up from the ground. Its head was huge, and it was standing behind Jiang Shao. Although it was only as tall as Jiang Zhao's knee, it seemed to have infinite abilities. At this moment, Jiang Shao was not only unable to mobilize his star power, but he also could not move freely. If Jiang Shao turned around and saw the doll, he would definitely recognize it. Previously, when Sophia sneaked an attack on Jiang Shao, she had also used this doll to subdue Jiang Shao. Where did this creature come from? Which country did it come from? Previously, Jiang Shao didn't get an answer when he reported the information to second last. He reckoned that it should be a creature from a secret dimensional space of a certain country. Kacha. The 2 cloaked figures did not move at all, but the lights in the courtyard were extinguished, making it even darker. The tall man slowly extended his hand, and a transparent shield that was almost invisible to the naked eye appeared and enveloped everyone. The woman then reached out and pulled the top edge of her hood up, revealing a pair of dark green eyes. The woman stretched out her palm and turned it gently. Jiang Zhao's eyeballs also turned and finally met her eyes. Under the dim light of the night, Jiang Shao shouldn't have been able to see the color of her pupils clearly. However, from time to time, an emerald ray of light would flash past her eyes, which was extremely terrifying. The woman tilted her head slightly with an elegant smile on her face. She moved her fingers gently and adjusted Jiang Zhao's head. She seemed to be sizing up an item. She then pressed her palm down casually, and Jiang Zhao's head drooped down as he stared at the ground. The sound of footsteps could be heard too. The petite cloaked figure stepped forward and Jiang Shao could only see her approaching him, but there was nothing he could do. She circled around Jiang Shao and held his chin with one hand before lifting his head up slightly. The two of them looked into each other's eyes again. "You recognize me, don't you, Major?" the woman said slowly as she looked up at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao stared at the middle-aged woman in front of him and her emerald green eyes. A name flashed through his mind: Nana Z. Shigahara, one of the members of Star Conversion. She was a hybrid of willpower and Japan, but she looked too much like a Westerner. It was hard to see any traces of an Asian on her face. Nana Z pinched Jiang Zhao's face with one hand and stepped forward. She tiptoed and buried her face in his neck before taking a deep breath like a pervert. She closed her eyes and muttered softly, "The smell of battle. You can speak now, Major." Nana Z let go of the palm that was pinching Jiang Zhao's face, turned sideways and looked to the side, only to find another missed doll. This little guy obviously did not belong to her. Her doll had indeed allowed Jiang Shao to speak, but her partner's doll was still controlling Jiang Shao. It seemed to be a double insurance as the two of them had not communicated well. "Dear, let him speak," Nana Z said. Finally, Jiang Shao felt that he could move his mouth freely, but only his mouth. He still could not move his limbs freely, and even his eyeballs could not move. "Major." Nana Z's English accent was very difficult for Jiang Shao to listen to. "Liana seems to have some connections with you. After a rainstorm, there has been no news of her for a long time." Jiang Shao was speechless. Nana Z continued, "Come to think of it, it seems that on Chinese New Year's Eve, your city, Jiangbin City, experienced a rare snowstorm. Now that I think about it, Ash has also gone missing since then. Thank you for the 1 million yuan reward from Silver Adorable. The boss is so generous. Thank you for your support." At noon, the update continued. Chapter 972. Hee. Jiang Shao sneered and said, "Why? The famous Hua Xing has come to me to recite the missing person notice? Galaxy stage, 9 star slots." Nana Z stretched out her finger and gently drew a cross on Jiang Zhao's face. "That's right. How can you stand at the top of the world without a little secret?" Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Hey, you good-for-nothing over there. Your wife is flirting with a man right in front of you, and you don't even dare to fart?" Nana Z suddenly looked at Jiang Shao with a strange expression on her face. She would never have thought that Jiang Shao would say something like that at such a critical juncture of life and death. This toxic healer. Is he really not panicking or fearful at all? To her surprise, Jiang Shao continued to speak to the tall cloaked man in the courtyard in the distance. "Or did you secretly release it and I didn't hear it?" Rumble. A loud sound was heard. Outside the transparent defensive shield, a ray of sword light flashed and struck the defensive shield. "Yiting Hui!" He was clearly yelling, but his voice did not reach the defensive shield at all. However, Yiting Hui's roar awakened the entire Yi family. What a coincidence! I've been discovered. The corners of Nana Z's lips curled up slightly. Be it her expression or her words, she did not seem upset at all. On the contrary, she was looking forward to such a scene. Nana Z tiptoed and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, "Major, what happens next will be the price you have to pay for not answering my questions obediently." All of a sudden, a samurai sword star map appeared in front of Nana Z's chest, but Nana Z grabbed the samurai sword in her hand and swung it towards Jiang Zhao's lower abdomen. Ding! It was the sound of steel touching. Nana Zi was stunned and looked up at Jiang Shao in disbelief. There was more star power wrapped around her wrist, and the samurai sword condensed and became thicker. She grabbed Jiang Zhao's shoulder with one hand and held the sword in her right hand before stabbing it towards Jiang Zhao's abdomen again. Kacha! Nana Zi was dumbfounded. The invincible martial star transformation katana was shattered. Nana Zi looked at Jiang Shao in a daze, then licked her lips excitedly. "Is this your secret? Major, in that case, he say, how many people will die because of you? 1 person? 2 people? Or?" Nana Zi gently bit Jiang Zhao's earlobe and whispered, "Everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble. It wasn't just the ground. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the sky and countless lightning bolts struck down. Bang! 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 The descending lightning bolts were far faster than the falling meteor fire, and they seemed to be more powerful as well. Jiang Zhao's private house was not a big deal. The dark clouds in the night sky had already formed a sea of clouds, enveloping all the Yi family's buildings in the suburbs. Under a series of thick bolts of lightning, the buildings collapsed. The electric currents that struck down did not stop there. They spread out on the ground like thick electric snakes. Anyone who came into contact with them would feel limp and numb. Not only would they suffer from the pain of being invaded by the electric currents, they would also lose control of their bodies. Nana Zi was still standing in front of Jiang Shao, her small body exuding an astonishing aura like a tall giant. She said softly, "You went to kill people, Major. You're fearless, but what about the others? You're a soldier, aren't you? Open your eyes wide and look at this scene. You'll be responsible for every life lost here." As she spoke, Nana Zi gently patted Jiang Zhao's face, her emerald green eyes exuding a faint light. "Without you, I would never have set foot on this land. Their deaths are all because of you." Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in anger. His immobile body was actually trembling. "Come at me if you have the guts." Jiang Zhao's words came to an abrupt halt. In a split second, he was deprived of the ability to speak. The corners of Nana Zi's lips curled up into a cruel smile. The next moment, she disappeared. Jiang Shao also felt that although he could not move his head, his eyeballs could. It was as if he was watching a soundless movie. Everything that happened outside the transparent shield was silent. No, it was not. Thick electric currents roared like a natural disaster, densely packed and striking the Yi family's buildings and the transparent shield, causing it to rumble. Bang! Amidst the lightning and thunder, Nana Zi split a disciple in half. The katana was terrifyingly sharp, as if the enemy was made of paper. She kicked the lower half of the disciple into the air, and a bolt of lightning struck down. The disciple was actually blasted into ashes by the thick electric current. Nana Zi turned around, looked at Jiang Shao, and raised a finger. Jiang Zhao's body trembled slightly. He tried his best to break free, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, she once again appeared in front of Jiang Shao and raised 2 fingers. She was killing people and destroying their hearts. Jiang Zhao's gaze swept past the tall figure in front of him. He watched as Nana Zi disappeared and fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. One of the Star Conversion members, Bei's master. At this moment, Bei's master spread out his hands. Waves of electric currents flashed through his eyes. His face was expressionless as he looked up at the night sky and controlled the lightning to strike down. "Find an opponent of the same level as you." A furious roar sounded. Nana Zi's katana that was slashing towards a disciple was intercepted by a staff wrapped in dense star power. Iji Xiao's wooden staff glowed red. He held the staff with both hands and slammed it forward. Swoosh! Nana Zi's figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was behind Iji Xiao. Iji Xiao turned around, his face filled with shock and anger. The disciple whom he had just pushed away and narrowly escaped death had his heart pierced by Nana Zi's sword. Nana Zi's head, which was hidden behind the tall disciple, popped out. Her emerald green eyes were glistening and the corners of her lips were curled up slightly. Bang! A flash of saber light flashed as Itinghui used his momentum to slash Na-Na-Zi to pieces. Na-Na-Zi's body turned into a cloud of star power and shattered into pieces. Ah! No! A series of screams could be heard. Under the night sky filled with lightning and thunder, several figures of Nana-Zi were like ghosts, reaping the lives of the E family disciples in a frenzy. She did not fight with the other powerhouses at all. She was ravaging the weak. It seemed that these people were not living beings but just numbers. It was a series of numbers that could stab one's heart. There was a series of silence. Medical awakened star warriors were rare to begin with. In the E family dojo, most of the people who practiced martial arts were shield warriors and melee fighters. There were only a few medical awakened star warriors who worked hard to heal their companions' bodies. Amidst the cries and screams, the place had become a living hell. Nana-Zi was indeed very strong, but the one who caused the real devastating blow was Bei's master, who had his hands spread out and was looking up at the night sky. Ichingchen was part of the Silence Brigade. She had rushed over and was casting silence at Bei's, who was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. However, the lightning flowing around Bei's body was constantly purifying the Silence Brigade. The thunder and lightning in the sky did not stop. Ichingchen raised her hand abruptly and a ray of blessing landed. Bei's body tilted. He was indeed looking up at the night sky, but he seemed to be able to sense everything around him. Ichingchen couldn't hold it in any longer and immediately flashed in. No one could rush into the transparent shield, and only the spatial star techniques could. The moment Ichingchen entered, she sensed what Jiang Shao felt. The air was so thick. The transparent shield was a place where spatial star techniques were prohibited. She could enter, but she probably couldn't get out. At the moment when Ichingchen raised her sword, her body stiffened completely. Beneath her feet, a small hand shrouded in black mist gently grabbed her ankle. Slowly, the puppet that was surrounded by black fog sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Ichingchen still couldn't move. Another member of the E family, who possessed a rare spatial star technique, was in the same predicament as Ichingchen. However, his body had also stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Bei's continued to raise his head and spread his hands expressionlessly, as if he was ignoring the person in front of him. In the chaotic battlefield, countless shadows chased after Nana-Zi frantically and tried their best to stop everything from happening. Indeed, they delayed Nana-Zi. The unknown expert of the E family saved people again and again, but she couldn't save everyone. Qingchen. A figure streaked across the night sky. It was Yi Zhixiao, wielding a cudgel, rushing towards the transparent barrier. A huge star atlas bloomed in front of his chest. The pure red cudgel exuded a resplendent light. With a swing of the cudgel, it stirred up the thunder and lightning in the sky and smashed down. The huge staff descending from the sky and the staff in Yi Zhixiao's hand smashed heavily on the transparent barrier at the same time. Kacha! The barrier, which had withstood countless cannon fire and E family disciples' attacks, finally shattered. At this moment, a ray of light flashed, accompanied by a gust of wind that was strong enough to overturn everything. Itinghui drew out a blade aura, and a star map with a tornado of fallen leaves bloomed from his body. His speed skyrocketed. In a way that was invisible to the naked eye, he struck Bei's mast, who was looking up at the night sky with a single slash. Bang! 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 The sound of the Tang sword moving away quickly, and the dense lightning in the sky also stopped. Itinghui and Bei's mast had already disappeared. Huh! Nana-Zi frowned at the same time and immediately abandoned her clone, vanishing without a trace. The E family dojo was indeed full of experts, but it depended on who they were compared to. They were all disciples of the E family and most of them were in the galaxy stage. To the rest of the world, they were experts, but to the members of Huaxing, they were not strong enough. Not to mention the disciples of the galaxy stage, Even the kings of the galaxy stage, who were in charge, could no longer keep up with the battle. At this moment, even the players who could move quickly would probably not be able to keep up with the speed of the battle. In order to catch up with the battle, one would probably need a perception-type star technique that could perceive a large range of tens of kilometers away. He would only be able to keep up with Hua Xing and Yi Tinghui's insane speed with the help of his star technique, teleportation, which was a large-scale teleportation. Coincidentally, he had all of those. Chapter 973. Rumble. There was still lightning, but it did not strike down. The dark clouds in the night sky seemed to be gathering, and it seemed like it was about to rain. Hua! Xing! Jiang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a furious roar that tore through the night sky before disappearing instantly. Ha! Ha! Yi Qingchen and the disciple beside him, who was also being controlled, suddenly felt their bodies go limp, and they began to pant heavily while cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. The strange black fog doll must have left with its master. She hurriedly teleported away, and based on the direction in which the Tang sword slashed and left, she flickered several times, but she couldn't find any traces of the battlefield at all. The Xing duo versus Jiang Yi's two masters. Where did this top-notch team battle go? At this moment, in the distant night sky dozens of kilometers away, Yi Tinghui's body was emitting the star map of the wind sweeping leaves, and he slashed at bays repeatedly at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. He sent bays flying again and again, only to appear in front of bays again and again. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already left the city and entered the wilderness, deep in the mountains and forests. Bays was sent flying again and again, but he could not use the star technique teleportation to escape. It was unknown if Yi Tinghui's speed was too fast, or if his magical star map of the wind sweeping leaves was working. Bays was not only wearing the Soul Sea Devourer, but he was also wrapped in fine thunder armor. However, even so, the Soul Sea Devourer cloak had already been torn apart by Yi Tinghui's powerful sword qi. Buzz buzz buzz. The bursts of electric current finally affected Yi Tinghui, who was shuttling with the wind. At that moment, Bays's body flashed with electric currents. No one noticed that among the countless fine electric currents, there was a special electric current that splashed on the ground. It was like an electric snake that quickly slithered away, and then sank into the ground. Nana Zi's figure appeared behind Yi Tinghui like a ghost. The star map on Yi Tinghui's chest lit up, and a gust of wind blew. His long ponytail fluttered in the wind, and the Tang sword in his hand shone brightly in the night sky as he stabbed Bays's heart again. Whoosh! The blade penetrated the flesh. The Tang saber that was twined with fallen leaves was obviously a type of star martial arts. Moreover, it was an extremely high-level star martial transformation. With the Tang saber in hand, Yi Tinghui forcefully pierced a hole through the Sea Devourer. His strength did not diminish, and it pierced through the thunder armor. In the end, it pierced through Bays's heart. Bays, on the other hand, hugged Yi Tinghui. The electric current on his body surged and surged. Yi Tinghui seemed to have realized something. His body was completely numb from the electricity, and he couldn't move freely. His hand, which was holding the Tang knife, trembled violently. He exerted all his strength and twisted it. The Tang knife spun and stirred Bays's heart. In the end, Yi Tinghui cast aside life and death to ensure Bays's death. Fish! The blade pierced through flesh. Sini! Nana Zi screamed, and a blood-red samurai sword star atlas bloomed in front of her chest. Martial star transformation! The blood-red katana in her hand also pierced into the back of Yi Tinghui's numb body. Yi Tinghui, who was electrocuted and unable to move, had already expected this to happen. His body trembled violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the star atlas in front of him, the 24th star slot suddenly lit up. Life under the sword, death under the sword. The corners of Yi Tinghui's mouth curled up slightly, and he left the world with his last smile. His entire body lit up with a dazzling light. Hee. Baze, who had been pierced in the heart, suddenly smiled sinisterly. Baze's body suddenly turned into countless electric currents and dissipated in the night sky. Only a tattered sea devourer was left on Yitinghui's tang knife. Yitinghui was dumbfounded. This is Baze's thunder lightning clone? When did it become a clone? Was it in the second that I paused just now? Hee. Nana Z also smiled sinisterly, and the martial blood-red samurai sword, which was sharp enough to pierce through steel skin, suddenly slashed horizontally. Bang! Amidst the curtain of rain, stellar silence. Master Jiang is here. Besides, Master Jiang was wearing a sea devourer robe and his body was wrapped in a dark cloak. Such an image would easily make people think that he was also a member of Star Conversion. The star silence, which had shrunk to a diameter of 1 meter, instantly shrouded Nana Z, who was wielding the sword. The martial star sword in her hand had just been slashed horizontally under Yitinghui's left armpit when it was sanctioned by the star silence. The weapon immediately shattered and disappeared without a trace. Nana Z's face was originally filled with glee, and her emerald green eyes were filled with the excitement of killing. At this moment, her face suddenly stiffened. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but the movement of vomiting blood was extremely slow. At the same time, a beam of blessing directly shrouded Yitinghui, whose body was shining with dazzling light. Even without the star silence, Yitinghui, who had activated the self-destruction mode, seemed to have lost consciousness. Yitinghui's eyes turned white and he subconsciously shouted, "Ugh!" Almost as soon as he entered the battlefield, the two people floating in the air stopped fighting. As for Yitinghui, who was attempting to self-destruct, the dazzling light on his body instantly disappeared, leaving only the beam of blessing. Self-destruction. Did I agree? Why are you trying to break jade and tile in front of me? Jade doesn't need to be broken. Tile can be broken directly. Ring ring ring. Jiang Shao flashed diagonally above the battlefield, and a jumping medical light wave shuttled back and forth between Jiang Shao and Yitinghui. Yitinghui's body, which was bleeding profusely and had his chest torn in half, was rapidly healing. With a few simple jumps of the medical light wave, Yitinghui, who was on the verge of death, returned with full health under the combined effect of blessing and bell swoosh. Yitinghui, who was dizzy, fell from the sky, but was once again shrouded by the light of blessing. Screech! Jiang Zhao's figure flashed rapidly, and he switched to the flower blade star map. He held a dark red giant blade that was surrounded by mist and directly pierced Nana Z's back. As she had previously used her doppelgangers to cause trouble, she had put away the soul of the sea devourer in order to confuse others, so she did not have the defensive bonus of the soul of the sea devourer. Of course, even with the soul of the sea devourer, Jiang Zhao's flower blade was not afraid at all. It was not the first time he had pierced the soul of the sea devourer. Nana Z opened her mouth, but she could not make a sound in the star silence domain. Her pupils constricted violently as the giant blade penetrated her body from her back to her chest. The giant blade that was surrounded by blood mist was already exposed in front of her. She did not know where the sharp crimson giant blade came from. She did not know what kind of star technique the star technique that made her lose her wits and unable to move was. Why was his falling speed so slow? Why did the air around him seem to have become so viscous? She did not know why the person behind her could find the battlefield in an instant, teleport so far away, and arrive so quickly. She thought that she had plenty of time and could do it with ease. She did not know why the person behind her could still use star techniques and turn stars into martial arts while she was in the star silence domain. She only knew that this time, it seemed, the series of unequal information created a scene of instant death. In fact, Jiang Shao did not enter the star silence domain at all. The star quality silence domain, that was reduced to a diameter of 1 meter, was custom-made for Nana Z. With a cruel expression on his face, Jiang Shao slashed the giant blade left and right in a frenzy, tearing it apart. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes. Under the dense crimson mist, the extremely sharp flower blade of martial star transformation had completely dismembered Na Zi's body in a mere instant, and it had been torn to shreds. Jiang Shao grabbed her head and grabbed her long black hair. He saw her astonished face and her emerald green eyes that had lost their luster. Leapfrogging, skill point +5. Jiang Shao wiped his blood-stained face and floated in the air, trying his best to sense everything. He held Nana Z's head in his hand, which was still dripping with blood. However, he still could not sense Bai's location. Bai's! Bai's! Jiang Shao waved his hand and the door of the world of calamity opened to its largest extent. A behemoth scurried out. Thanks to their mental connection, the humming whale knew what Jiang Shao needed. Hum, with empathy, a sorrowful and indignant howl tore through the layers of rain and drifted in the night sky. Under the pouring rain, Jiang Shao closed his eyes tightly. As the humming whale howled, his mind was filled with blue lines that outlined the outline of everything within the range of the sound. "My star beast, don't misunderstand," Jiang Shao suddenly said with his eyes closed. Clearly, he felt that Yi Tinghui had regained consciousness. On the ground, Yi Tinghui slowly woke up and crawled up silently. He did not know what had happened. His last memory was of him giving everything he had and choosing to self-destruct to protect the Yi family. However, when he woke up again, he realized that he was lying on the wet ground, surrounded by a pile of broken limbs and bones. There was also a behemoth swimming slowly in the sky. Chapter 974. Yi Tinghui had never seen such a creature before. Judging from its size alone, it was definitely a Lord-tier creature. Through observing the head in Jiang Zhao's hand, Yi Tinghui knew that these broken limbs should belong to Nana Zi. However, Yi Tinghui didn't know what method Jiang Shao had used. From the looks of it, the most likely scenario was that this dismembered corpse was torn apart by that huge creature. Come to think of it, Jiang Shao and his mysterious pet should have had an earth-shattering battle with Nana Zi while he was unconscious. With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao said, "You're 11 o'clock, the Sea Devourer." Whoosh! Yi Tinghui, who had recovered to full health, moved like a ghost. The star map in front of his chest lit up as he rapidly shuttled back and forth. In Jiang Zhao's terror domain perception, Yi Tinghui immediately caught up with the Sea Devourer that was fleeing desperately according to the information provided by Jiang Shao. In the rain, Jiang Shao sensed that Yi Tinghui's agile figure was frantically tearing at the fluttering black cloak with his sword. If there was a dubbing, Jiang Shao felt that it would definitely be big wood, big wood, big wood. In the rain, the sea-devouring soul that belonged to Bai's let out a miserable wail. Its clothes were torn apart and turned into specks of starlight. A star bead fell down. Hev he. Yi Tinghui, who had activated his star map and star martial transformation, was attacking with all his might, and his breathing was slightly chaotic. While he was destroying the soul of the Sea Devourer, he did not find any trace of Bai's. Jiang Shao had been guarding Yi Tinghui and searching for Bai's. He stood in the rain and sensed everything, but there was still nothing. Nothing, still nothing. Had Bai's already escaped? That astral pet was the soul that swallowed the sea. So precious and rare. Wasn't Bai's coming to save them? Of course, after experiencing this battle, and having a clear understanding of the strength of both sides, Bai's might have thought that his own life was more important. Jiang Shao opened his eyes abruptly. With the realm tear and the humming whale's roar, he couldn't find Bai's. However, he sensed the ruins of the Yi family dozens of kilometers away. He could sense the Yi family disciples wailing in pain. Ring, 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 ring. A series of bells rang out, and the leaping medical light waves shuttled back and forth in the ruins, constantly leaping, healing the injured one after another. The stars in the sky were still falling, and a few medical awakened star warriors were still doing their best to heal the people. Master! Ichinchin quickly rushed over, and before he could say a word, the worried look on his face suddenly warped. What did she see? A head was thrown out of Jiang Zhao's cloak. Splat! Water and blood splattered everywhere. With the help of the Sea Devourer, Jiang Zhao's body floated up and flew among the ruins. With the help of the Domain Tier, he looked for all the injured people and constantly threw out Bell. As long as they were still alive, Jiang Zhao's bell could heal them. As long as the broken limbs could be pieced together, Jiang Zhao could reattach them. The only thing he couldn't do was resurrection. Jiang Zhao's figure flew back and forth in the ruins, and a series of bell rained down. With the help of the high-quality bell, those who were still alive were all saved. After completing all this, Jiang Zhao also sensed the gloomy middle-aged man who was standing silently in the ruins. Jiang Zhao flew over and landed beside Yizhixiao. Yizhixiao stood with his hands behind his back, looked down at Nana Zi's head, and said in a deep voice, "Tinghui said that you killed the Star Conversion member." Jiang Zhao answered truthfully, "I killed the Star Conversion member with him." Without Tinghui, the two members of the Star Conversion team would have long fled and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a pile of ruins and corpses. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to stab Tinghui's heart, Nana Zi wouldn't have used her true form to give Tinghui a fatal blow. Tinghui held Bei's back and attracted Nana Zi's attention. Even at the end of his life, he still wanted to ensure Bei's death and attempted to self-destruct to perish together with Nana Zi. However, the Star Conversion team member was too strong. If Jiang Zhao hadn't arrived at the battlefield in time, Nana Zi wouldn't have given Tinghui the chance to self-destruct. Tinghui thought that he had killed Bei's, but Bei's had already escaped. If Jiang Zhao hadn't arrived, the outcome would have been different. Tinghui wanted to say something, but Jiang Zhao didn't give him the chance. Jiang Zhao said in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, the Yi family's disaster was all because of me. He had scattered Bell all over the ruins, but there were still too many people who had been killed by the lightning. Jiang Zhao couldn't do anything about it." Yizhixiao looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. He looked at the drizzling night sky and sighed heavily. A real man died a worthy death. Yizhixiao turned his head and suddenly stretched out his hand to press on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. He shook Jiang Zhao from left to right with a comforting smile on his face. However, his voice was somewhat bitter as he said, "A real man should die a worthy death." Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and lowered his head, not saying anything else. If it was possible, he hoped that all the enemies would come for him. However, the world didn't work that way. He had brought a disaster to the Yi family. The Yi family members died, but Jiang Zhao's heart was destroyed. Yizhixiao bent down, grabbed Nana Zi's hair, and lifted her head. "Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh?" Yizhixiao looked at Nana Zi's terrified head in his hand and said, "Even if the Yi family was given 10,000 more chances to choose, we wouldn't escape. We would still choose to fight, regardless of life and death. The disciples of the Yi Martial Hall are not soldiers, but they are the Star Warriors of China. They are the disciples of the Yi family." The Yi family had demonstrated amazing cohesion and execution. The ruins should have been full of sorrow, but overnight, the people cleaned up the battlefield and brought back the corpses of the Yi family disciples. The Yi family courtyard was built again. Yi Qingqian's father, Yi Zhizhong, rushed back overnight after the Yi family suffered such a mishap. When Yi Zhizhong arrived in the wee hours of the morning, the ruins had disappeared. The houses had been rebuilt, and the potholes on the ground had been filled up. It seemed that the place had not been attacked, but the lives that had been lost showed what had happened there last night. A large number of mountain-shattering army soldiers were stationed there to help the Yi family defend the various places. Shortly after Yi Zhizhong rushed back, His daughter, Yi Qingchen, also found Jiang Shao. She came to Jiang Zhao's feet and looked up at him, who was wearing a cloak and floating in the air. Master. Jiang Shao felt a little guilty when he heard her call him master. He originally wanted to teach Yi Qingchen some skills, but he ended up bringing such a disaster to the Yi family. Yi Qingchen looked up and said, "We couldn't find any information about the figure in the mist." Jiang Shao nodded silently. He had been guarding and searching for the entire night. The large area of domain tiers not only covered the town, but also the wilderness. However, the black mist puppet that could control human bodies and star power was still missing. Not only was its whereabouts unknown, but they also didn't know where the star beast came from or what specific star techniques it had. Second last did not give Jiang Shao a clear answer previously. This time, the Yi family couldn't find anything, either. "Master, my father is here and wants to see you," Yi Qingchen continued. In the drizzle, Jiang Shao sensed everything and, of course, discovered that a large number of mountain-shattering army soldiers were stationed there. He had been guarding the place for the entire night, but the members of the Star Organization did not attack. Perhaps Baze wouldn't come. Jiang Shao floated down, wiped his reddened eyes, and retracted his Tier Realm star technique. He then followed Yi Qingchen through the martial arts arena and arrived at the rebuilt house. In the middle of the hall, a tall man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the calligraphy hanging on the wall with his back facing the door. Two soldiers were standing at the door with menacing gazes. They had been staring at Jiang Shao and Yi Qingchen ever since they appeared in the martial arts arena. "Dad," Yi Qingchen called out softly while standing at the door. "Come in," Yi Zhizhong said from inside the house. Jiang Shao and Yi Qingchen strode in and saw Yi Zhizhong, who had turned around. Yi Qingchen's father was burly and dignified, and he exuded a dignified aura. When he saw Jiang Shao, he said calmly, "Soldier." Jiang Shao removed his hood, stood at attention, and saluted. Although they were not from the same military, Jiang Shao knew that he was a major general who was the deputy commander of the 77th Army of the Mountain Shattering Army. With a solemn expression, Yi Zhizhong returned the salute and put down his palm. Jiang Shao finally put his hand down. Yi Zhizhong turned around and looked at the couplets in the middle of the hall again. He said, "Ji Xiao must have hung them up as soon as possible, right?" Yi Qingchen seemed to be very reserved when facing his father. He answered obediently, "Yes, second uncle rebuilt the martial arts hall as soon as he could." "Yi Wutang," Yi Zhizhong said calmly while reading the first and second couplets. "Uphold virtue and uphold justice, promote martial arts to strengthen the nation." Jiang Shao also looked up and saw the vigorous and majestic calligraphy. Chapter 975. Over the past year, in the face of all kinds of voices, the little toxic healer took one step at a time and worked his way up to where he was today. Fortunately, there were 10,000 reasons to hate the book, but one reason was enough for him to like the book. He was serious when it came to writing and treating his readers. Writing a book was not a one-sided writing, but a two-way communication between the author and the reader. Every time you updated a chapter, he would read the chapter 2 to 3 times without exception. He would check if there were any mistakes or loopholes in the chapter, as well as the criticism and suggestions of his readers on the story and characters. It had been more than a year, more than 3 million words, and 426 days and nights. Fortunately, I have a group of friends who are willing to listen to my nonsense, as well as a group of Toxic Milk Powder fans who love and support the Little Toxic Healer. In the book, the Little Toxic Milk Powder left the competition field and entered the battlefield. He fought all over the place and carved out a bloody path. Outside the book, the Toxic Milk Powder was protecting and supporting the Little Toxic Milk Powder along the way, allowing him to forge a path for himself. Thank you to all the readers who read the original book. You were the ones who sent the Little Toxic Healer to where he is today. At this point, the book is about to enter the final stage. There will be plenty of storms along the way. Are you guys ready? Jiang Shao should be ready. You had always believed that, if he was not good enough, he would work hard to make up for it. If he was not talented enough, he would speak with his attitude. I hope that everyone will kindly accept this birthday update. Chapter 976. Yi Zhizhong said slowly, Mr. Jiang, you're Yi Qingqin's master. You're also a member of the Yi family. The change in address made Jiang Shao immediately understand the meaning of Yi Zhizhong's words. Ever since he entered the house, Jiang Zhao's identity had changed twice, and he kept up with Yi Zhizhong's train of thought. Yi Zhizhong looked up at the couplet and continued, What happened last night was a supreme honor for the star warriors of the Yi family. Then, Yi Zhizhong turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, Why does the Yi family practice star warrior martial arts? Jiang Shao glanced at the calligraphy hanging in the middle of the hall and nodded silently. Yi Zhizhong said, From this moment on, the world will know that the Yi family of China killed a member of the Star Conversion Organization. Jiang Shao opened his mouth and suddenly said, Reporting. Thank you, Black 8, for the $1,000,000 reward. Boss is so generous, thank you for your support. Yi Zhizhong said, Speak. Jiang Shao said, If the news gets out, the Yi family may attract the revenge of the members of the Star Conversion Organization. Yi Zhizhong said calmly, Then, the Yi family will wait for them to come. Star warriors and Yi family members die in battle, not because they're afraid of death. After mourning for the dead disciple, the Yi Martial Hall will continue teaching and everything will be as usual. After giving it some thought, Jiang Shao realized that his considerations were biased. He nodded silently and didn't say anything else. In a short period of time, Jiang Shao sorted out his thoughts. After the news got out, Yi Zhizhong might send troops to guard the place while Yi Zhixiao would probably summon the experts from various dojos to guard the place. Moreover, if the purpose was to arrest the Star Conversion Organization member, the special forces of the Chinese military and police would probably receive orders to rush over and use the entire Yi family as bait, while waiting for the Star Conversion Organization member to fall into their trap. The news would not spread, but Star Conversion Bays himself would know that Nana Zi had died and the Yi family would be in danger. If the news got out, the Yi family would be protected. You're very young, soldier. Your resume is amazing and impressive. You earned all of that with your own hand. Yi Zhizhong stepped forward and stood 2 steps away from Jiang Shao while looking at him. Yi Zhizhong reached out and pressed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Death will accompany us for life, until the day we die for our country. Everyone had to die, but the most important thing was to die a worthy death. I think you've experienced enough death to not let this stop you from moving forward. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Is Yi Zhizhong trying to comfort me? This might be advice from a superior to a subordinate, but it was more like encouragement and comfort from a senior to a junior. Did Yi Qingqin say something to her father? Is that why there is such a conversation? As the deputy leader of the Guardians of the Night, the Tail Feather Regiment, Jiang Shao was in such a position. If Yi Zhizhong didn't understand the situation, he wouldn't have said that to Jiang Shao during their first meeting. Did Yi Qingqin see that Jiang Shao had been standing in the rain all night, so he found another way to comfort Jiang Shao? Yi Zhizhong squeezed Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, Live a normal life. Go back to the Wasteland Reclamation Army in the capital and accept your mission. Make a training plan with Qingqin. This world is very dangerous. Qingqin, you need to grow faster. Jiang Shao said, Yes. Go and have a good rest. Yi Zhizhong patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. Jiang Shao turned around and walked out of the door, but in a flash, he returned to his newly built courtyard. A few seconds later, Yi Qingqin caught up and looked at Jiang Shao, who was seated cautiously. Master? He asked softly. Thank you. Jiang Shao sat on the chair and looked up at Yi Qingqin. I'm not that weak, but I still have to thank you for your concern. From Jiang Zhao's words, Yi Qingchen knew that his little tricks had been exposed. Jiang Zhao said, "After attending the memorial ceremony, I'll return to the Wasteland Reclamation Army in the capital and carry out missions as usual. Xiaotao is going to start school soon, so you have to return to Star Warriors in the Central Plains too. Remember to train on time and don't delay it." Yi Qingchen hesitated for a moment and said, "Pippi?" Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh?" Yi Qingchen said embarrassedly, "I'll be in year 4 when school reopens. Under normal circumstances, I should be following a fixed team of students to travel and destroy the holy ground. But I don't think such missions are of much significance to my personal growth. The dimensional spaces that our school has arranged for us are all star caves and the top of the ancient tower." Yi Qingchen lowered his head and rubbed his toes against the ground. "I'm taking the individual route, and participating in the World Cup is also an individual competition. Instead of carrying out missions with companions whom I'll be parting ways with in the future, I might as well train with you." Jiang Zhao said, "Okay," Yi Qingchen said softly. "To be honest, I feel that going to the dimensional space for a week for missions isn't as rewarding as practicing with you for a night." Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "I don't have much say in the Wasteland Reclamation Army, but I do have some say in the Guardians of the Night. In the future, I can take you in as my apprentice and teach you martial arts while training your mind." Yi Qingchen hurriedly said, "Okay." Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and paused for a moment before saying, "Discuss it with your family. After all, your family is part of the mountain-shattering army. I think your father might have a clear plan for your future. Discuss it with him. After I return to school and receive my award, I'll come here and we'll talk." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen nodded and said, "Okay." Jiang Zhao said, "Tell Xiaotao about it too." Yi Qingchen said with a troubled expression, "He'll be in year 3 of high school when school reopens, and he'll be participating in the Intramural League, Provincial League, and National League soon. He'll be very busy. His family is very traditional, so he'll still have to take the formal route to school." Jiang Zhao nodded. It was not the end of the world yet. At least, it was still operating normally. Besides, it was indeed unreasonable for a high school student who was in the nebula stage to be specially recruited into the Guardians of the Night. Not everyone was called Jiang Zhao. After chatting for a while, Yi Qingchen got up and bade farewell. Jiang Zhao sent him to the door, only to see the man leaning against the wall with a tang sword in his arms. There was even a blade of grass in his mouth. The stubble on his face added a special charm to this man who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Yi Tinghui automatically ignored Yi Qingchen and looked at Jiang Zhao from afar before raising his head slightly. Jiang Zhao said, "It's not a good time to spar now." Fit. Yi Tinghui tilted his head and spat out the straw in his mouth before turning to look at Jiang Zhao again. "Mr. Jiang, I owe you my life." Without waiting for Jiang Zhao's response, Yi Tinghui leaped over the wall and left. Jiang Zhao looked at the figure in the distance and opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. 3 days later, Jiang Zhao was picked up by Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue after attending the Yi family's memorial event. Of course, Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue had always been in the gardener's skin training space. As for their sudden appearance, Jiang Zhao used the instant defense to explain. Xia Yan also used the Void Calamity Shadow to take He Ling Huiyu away. In fact, the two of them were sent to the plane by the Yi family and on the way back to the capital. The reason was, of course, the members of the Star Conversion Organization. The members of the Star Conversion Organization were really unscrupulous and lawless. They directly barged into the Yi family's door and even named Jiang Zhao. How did they find Jiang Zhao? How did they know that Jiang Zhao was here? Jiang Zhao was almost everywhere, and the only situation where his identity could be exposed was when he took the high-speed rail from Shudu City to Luoyi City. At this moment, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan no longer entered the dimensional space, and instead chose to stay by his side. Jiang Shao, who was beside the two of them, had also become bait, or in other words, a training skin. It was not that Jiang Shao was irresponsible to the two of them, but rather, in the Calamity Ruins, he could support the training skin at any time due to the connection of their senses. Hence, he was responsible to the others. Jiang Shao knew that he had been completely targeted by the Chinese organization at this moment. However, such a situation could be avoided. He could totally change his appearance. After all, his star technique, camouflage, was of star quality. He could change his face, body, voice, and everything else. However, Jiang Shao did not intend to hide. He wanted to maintain his appearance and body as a bait to lure the Star Conversion Organization to attack again. Besides, with Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan by his side, Jiang Zhao's disguise was useless. There was no safe place in this world. Fortunately, Jiang Shao did not have many people he cared about. This time, he returned to the capital and did something more radical, but it was something that he had to do sooner or later. Jiang Shao brought the four-tailed Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun, who was 7 months pregnant, into the Calamity Realm. Jiang Shao was well aware of what he was doing. Since he had already been targeted, there was nothing the Star Conversion Organization couldn't do, given their unscrupulous methods. Jiang Shao could not bear the possible consequences, so he sent the two people close to him into the Calamity Realm. Jiang Shao himself also explained everything to the couple in the Calamity Realm. He had plenty of time to explain everything to the two of them, because in Jiang Zhao's future plans, he would not easily step out of the Calamity Realm unless there was an extremely special situation, such as carrying out a mission in the Dragon Cave. Apart from the two teachers, the other people close to Jiang Shao were all comrades who belonged to the battle sequence. The two newly accepted disciples were living under the protection of the masters of the Yi family, so Jiang Shao could not decide their lives. On the other hand, Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun only wanted to have a smooth birth and accompany them as they grew up. Although the two of them were shocked, they gladly agreed to Jiang Zhao's request. What Jiang Shao did not expect was that the first batch of people to move into the Calamity Realm turned out to be Hai Tianqing's family. Fang Xingyun had been abandoned by her mother's family a long time ago. Needless to say, there was nothing more to say. As for Hai Tianqing, when Hai Tianqing found out that Jiang Shao had such a safe space with 4 distinct seasons, he asked Jiang Shao to bring his elderly parents in. Hai Tianqing hoped that his parents could live in a safe and stable place, so that when Fang Xingyun gave birth to a child, the family could enjoy the bliss of a family. Jiang Shao did not turn him down, and he even carefully arranged a residence for the Hai family. It was an indisputable fact that the world was getting more and more chaotic. As ordinary people, it would be a blessing if their parents could enjoy the bliss of a family and complete the final journey of their lives. To Jiang Shao, it was also considered a merit. Some people could be brought in, but there were also some people that Jiang Shao could not bring in just because he wanted to. For example, Xia Yan's parents, Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, and Uncle Yu. There were also Zhang Songfu's parents. Strictly speaking, Jiang Shao did not have much emotional ties with the elderly couple who ran the barbecue shop, as well as Zhang Songfu's parents. If Hua Xing wanted to deal with Jiang Shao, he wouldn't be able to find them. There was no need to worry about that. However, the world was getting more and more chaotic, and Jiang Shao felt that he had to take care of the parents of his comrade. However, if the elderly couple who had lived in the north for their entire lives were to move away from their homeland and go to an unfamiliar place, the elderly were different from Hai Tianqing's parents. Hai Tianqing's parents had a reason to survive, and after being persuaded by their son and daughter-in-law, they were finally willing to leave for their new residence for the sake of their future grandchildren. As for the others, Jiang Shao did not know what kind of attitude he should use to convince them. He decided to wait and see. After all, the Chinese army was still protecting the land and giving peace to their hometown. If there really came a day when they had to leave their hometown, Jiang Shao felt that it would be a good time to get in touch with them. Of course, Jiang Shao really hoped that that day would never come. Thank you, Black 8, for your reward of 1 million yuan. Boss is so generous. Thank you for your support. Chapter 977. A month later, in the Fun City military base, Second Last was in the Calamity training space. Jiang Shao laid his head on the sleeping baby bear and stared at the dim stars in the sky. Many things happened in the past month. Jiang Zhao's main body was always on guard in the Calamity ruins, while the decoy accompanied the three of them back to the capital Star Warriors University to receive the Wasteland Reclaimers Award. At the same time, Jiang Shao also received the Wasteland Reclaimers Wildfire Medal. At this moment, the medal and certificate had already been placed in Jiang Zhao's stone villa in the Calamity ruins. In the internal star map, the pitiful third-level Starfire medal finally had someone to support it. The blazing first-class Wildfire medal was hanging in the upper right corner of the internal star map, squeezed in front of the Starfire medal. The blazing flames seemed to be able to burn everything, competing with the first-class Full Moon medal on the other side. The moon-clear radiance and the blazing wildfire clashed and refused to give in to each other. Jiang Shao felt that if the Starfire medal could speak, it would definitely be grateful to Jiang Shao. At the same time, Jiang Shao also received another second-level Crescent Moon medal, which was the medal that he obtained from capturing the Star Warrior member, Liana. It also provided Jiang Shao with 3,000 skill points. At this moment, there were a total of 77,880 points in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. On the surface, it seemed to be extremely rich, but in fact, it was not even enough to upgrade the quality of the Humming Whale's star technique. After the Crescent Moon medal, Jiang Shao became Lieutenant Colonel Jiang. Star Warrior officer was indeed a special profession, and his position and military rank were based on his battle achievements. Jiang Shao was only 19 years old at this moment. If he were in a normal society and a regular military, Jiang Shao would definitely not be able to get to where he was now even if he worked hard. Most industries in normal society had the rule of seniority, which was an objective reality. In fact, the Star Warrior soldiers also had such unspoken rules. However, such high-risk occupations had a high mortality rate, and the officers' positions changed frequently. That was a very sad thing. There would always be a position, and one had to rely on battle achievements. As for Jiang Shao, no one could suppress his illustrious military exploits. As a soldier who had captured several Star Warrior members, Jiang Shao reported to his superior, Commander Feng Yi, with the company of Second Last. Jiang Shao had already reported the fact that the star map could increase the quality of star techniques that had been announced a long time ago. Many things had happened in the past month. After receiving the award, Jiang Shao led the team and bade farewell to Qin Wangchuan. Qin Wangchuan also knew that Jiang Shao and the others were preparing for the Dragon Cave. Hence, he didn't turn them down. Besides, Qin Wangchuan seemed to have been mentally prepared for Jiang Shao to abduct Gu Shun. Hence, his reaction wasn't as great as expected. In the past month, the Star Organization seemed to have disappeared from the world. Not only did they not cause trouble for Jiang Shao or the Yi family, but they also did not show any signs of causing trouble for the Yi family either. In fact, according to the information gathered around the world, the Star Organization did not show any signs of causing trouble. Jiang Shao always felt that it was the calm before the storm. He was constantly paying attention to the news around the world. Once there were any traces of the members of the Star Conversion Organization, Jiang Shao would choose to take the initiative to attack. However, the Star Conversion Organization seemed to have vanished into thin air. In the past week, Jiang Shao went to the Yi family on the explorer's skin as promised to teach his disciples Yi Qingchen and Chen Lingtao again. Both of them had applied for leave, but Jiang Shao was very satisfied with their training progress. Although it had only been a month, their basic skills were rather solid. Star warriors were indeed different from ordinary martial artists. Their physiques were stronger, and most importantly, Yi Qingchen and Chen Lingtao were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Yi clan. In fact, Yi Qingchen was the cream of the crop among his peers in the world. His talent in cold weapons was terrifying. During this lesson, Jiang Shao started the second stage of training for the two of them. In other words, Jiang Shao was going to teach them the skills of the silver quality, heavenly halberd. Before Jiang Shao left, he repeatedly reminded the two of them that he would come to check and accept the heavenly halberd the next month. He also specially made it clear that the first 3 stages of training were not considered much, and that the heavenly halberd would only be considered to have entered the 4th stage of training. Yi Qingchen and Chen Lingtao returned to school confidently. Regarding the matter of Yi Qingchen becoming the guardian of the night, she did not manage to convince her father in the end. Yi Zhizhong had already planned her life path for her. In daily life, Yi Qingchen was a relatively obedient girl. Hence, Jiang Shao did not say much. In fact, she had always been obedient as long as she was not in a battle. It was worth mentioning that when Jiang Shao went to the Yi family this time, he saw many unfamiliar star warriors waiting for the assessment in the arena. It was said that the star warriors heard that the Yi Wutong had killed a star transformation member and chased another one away. Hence, they came to be apprenticed to the Yi family. Such star warriors were still pouring in from all over the country. Yi Tinghui became the most popular master. After the calamity, the Yi Wutong did not fall into dire straits. Instead, it became even more prosperous. Yi Zhizhong once told Jiang Shao, in the end, the Yi family died in battle, not because they were afraid of death. Now, it seemed that many Chinese star warriors had the same thought. Didn't they know that the Yi family was in danger now? Jiang Shao thought that they should know. However, there was still a steady stream of star warriors gathering from all over China. Be it for apprenticing, sparring, or seeking advice, the Yi Wutong was very lively. Jiang Zhao's bow proficiency had also reached gold quality level 7 and halberd proficiency had reached platinum quality level 1 after a period of sparring in the past. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. After training hard and increasing his bow proficiency to gold quality level 9, Jiang Shao planned to go all out and then withered bow star map, star transformation into martial arts. Jiang Shao, a hoarse voice said. Huh! Jiang Shao lay on the sleeping bear and tilted his head, only to see that Second Last had entered the training space and was walking towards him. It was Second Last's Calamity Shadow training space. Of course, she could come and go as she pleased. Ever since they received the award in the capital and brought the 4 members of the High family into the Calamity Shadow world, Jiang Shao and the others swaggered back to Beijiang province with their identity documents and entered the Fun City base. Since then, Jiang Shao had been hiding in the Calamity Shadow ruins. Apart from the times when he went to the Yi family to teach, Jiang Shao had to hide himself and also have the ability to enter and exit the space freely to rush to support. Hence, he hid in the Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Shao and his team had been staying in Second Last's training space for the convenience of training and for the convenience of Second Last summoning and assigning tasks to them. "They're sparring while you're resting," Second Last said as she walked towards Jiang Shao and looked down at him. After such a long time, Second Last knew how hard Jiang Shao had been training. She wasn't really criticizing him, but rather giving him a kind reminder. It was just like how a head teacher would differentiate between students who were good at studying and those who were bad at studying. For students who were good at studying, the head teacher would think that they were too hard-working and studying too late last night, even if they were sleeping. Anyway, they found them pleasing to the eye. Of course, Second Last also found out about what happened to the Yi family, but after she asked about it in detail, She took a long time to digest all the information. This time, she didn't blame Jiang Shao. In fact, second last didn't blame him at all, nor did she look at him with a reproachful gaze. On the contrary, in the past week or two, her attitude towards Jiang Shao became better, and she paid more attention to Jiang Zhao's thoughts. Jiang Shao had always thought that second last was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and that was indeed the case. In fact, second last's thoughts were simple. The scolding of others couldn't compare to Jiang Zhao's guilt. Second last understood Jiang Zhao's character and knew that he had given her enough. Judging from Jiang Zhao's actions in the past month, the changes in him were obvious. Besides, second last sincerely believed that some things were inevitable, especially when it came to an organization like the Star Conversion Society. Including the Yi family, Yi Zhizhong and Yi Zhixiao, they all thought that Jiang Shao had done enough that night. That was Nana Zi, a member of the Star Conversion Society, who couldn't even stop Yi Zhixiao, a peak fighter of the Star Conversion Society. Yet, Jiang Shao managed to bring her head back. Jiang Shao was the only one who felt that he hadn't done enough. If he had used the bait to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony, he would have been able to save more disciples of the Yi family, even if the bait was destroyed and the fact that he had the star techniques of decoy and doppelganger were exposed. Up to this point, Jiang Shao didn't think that he had exposed too much of his abilities. He had been activating the tier of the domain. At least when he arrived, bays had already disappeared. Be it the tear of the domain or the sea language, Jiang Shao and the humming whale did not find bays at all during or after the battle. Nana Zi, who knew some real information, was already dismembered by Jiang Shao before she even had a chance to turn around. Jiang Shao was the only one in the Yi family who could catch up with the battle. When he arrived, Yi Tinghui had already self-destructed and was in a daze. He even fainted after receiving Jiang Zhao's blessing. Hence, Jiang Shao had reason to believe that his sound of silence and flower blade were not exposed. Hence, Jiang Shao felt that although the star conversion technique was still in the dark, he still had an unexpected trump card. Of course, when Jiang Shao went to the Yi family for the second time, he didn't ask them for the head to exchange for military credit. The head had already been taken away by the local army. However, even if it was still in the Yi family, Jiang Shao wouldn't ask for it. It wasn't a matter of 3,000 points. As for Nana Zi's head, Jiang Shao had already checked the star bead in her head on the night he killed her. There were 22 star techniques and 1 sea devourer, which was a dazzling combination. However, there was no trace of the black fog puppet. Hence, it seemed that when a star warrior died, the star pets would be buried with their master if they were in their star slots. For example, the sea devourer that Nana Zi had taken back into her body on the battlefield. If the star pets were outside, they would regain their freedom. For example, the black fog puppet that had been missing. That also confirmed second last's words. During her first mission in the Dragon Cave, she once said to Jiang Shao, "Before I die, I will summon you. From then on, Jiang Shao will be your master." Jiang Shao lay on the ground and looked at second last, who was walking towards him. "My head is a little messy." Second last said, "Okay, let's go." "Go?" Jiang Shao asked in shock. He looked up at second last and asked, "Where are we going? Has the dragon cave opened?" Second last shook her head and said, "It hasn't. We received orders to return to the northwest." Jiang Shao sat up and looked up at second last. "Go back to the northwest? Are we not going to carry out the dragon cave mission?" Second last sighed softly and said, "The dragon cave is going to open in the foreseeable future. The world outside is getting more and more chaotic. We're wasting resources here. The higher-ups have asked me to return to the northwest to guard the place. If the dragon cave opens again, they will inform us." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and thought, is it already that chaotic? The mission to explore the dragon cave is a priority for the entire Chinese army. Yet, the team that is preparing to enter the Dragon Cave actually wants to return to guard the northwest? Jiang Shao had just returned from the Central Plains and was well aware of the situation outside. The frequency of the opening of the dimensional spaces in the Central Plains was still acceptable and within a controllable range. So, it seems that the northwest of China might be a disaster area? Second Last looked down at Jiang Shao and said, "The higher-ups are very satisfied with our performance. This time, they want me to expand the organization of the Tail Feather Corps and have 3 light-chasing teams under me. Each light-chasing team will have 3 light-chasing teams." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "There are a total of 9 light-chasing teams. That many? What do the higher-ups want to do? Why did they assign you a province?" The Guardians of the Night and light-chasing teams were far from being comparable to the regular army. Any one of them would be able to destroy the world. Of course, the members of the Star Organization were a group of lunatics who stood at the top of the world. They couldn't be compared to other players of the same level. They couldn't be used as a standard for judging. Based on the standards of ordinary society, most of the members of the light-chasing team were at the highest realm of the Star Warriors on Earth. Hence, the 4 of them were considered a team. Second Last, who led 3 light-chasing teams, was given the position of leader. Why did they suddenly want to increase the number of light-chasing teams and let Second Last lead 3? How much does Second Last want to expand her jurisdiction? Second Last nodded and said, "Yes, we'll be in charge of guarding and supervising the entire Dajiang province. The higher-ups are very clear about the requirements. They want us to guard the borders." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay." Second Last sat down slowly, but it was a little strenuous for her to sit cross-legged with her long legs. Jiang Shao said, "You don't have 9 light-chasing teams, you have 36 or even more Star Warriors who are at the peak of the human race. If you don't lead them well," Second Last pondered for a moment and said, "this has indeed exceeded the configuration of a regiment. We're still an independent unit that will be directly led by the highest commander of the Northwest Guardians of the Night. The higher-ups have instructed us to become a rapid response force and be prepared for battle at all times. We'll also be responsible for attacking, defending, and other tasks independently." Jiang Shao was secretly astonished and asked, "Independent Brigade?" Second Last nodded and said, "Tail Feather Light Chasing Brigade. The higher-ups have given me some buffer time. I'm currently leading 3 light-chasing teams, but I'll eventually expand to 5. Hearing this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and think, Second Last is getting more and more powerful. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, "Go back with me." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "If you lead the troops to battle, I'll go back with you and guard you. However, I'm afraid you'll have to strategize and be a commander who oversees the overall situation." Second Last looked at Jiang Shao quietly for a long time before saying, "Chief Hierarch Qin has let them go." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second Last turned around and stared at Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue, who were training far away in the dim environment. Chapter 978. Second Last looked at the 2 of them in the distance and said, "There are 3 team leaders in my Tail Feather Light-Chasing Brigade. You can lead a regiment and a team yourself." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "No, I won't do it. I can't manage so many people." Second Last reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently, seemingly having expected his reaction. "In that case, continue to be my assistant. You don't have to manage the matters of the light-chasing brigade. I'll choose someone else to help me. You just have to lead a team." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Second Last said, "I'll give you the name Tail Feather. You won't be under the jurisdiction of the other 3 regiments in the brigade. You'll lead your own independent team and report to me and me alone." Since Jiang Shao was Second Last's assistant, there was no reason for him to report to the regimental leader. On the other hand, the regimental leader would have to report to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao tilted his head and broke free from her palm. He could accept her suggestion of taking on an idle position and being the leader. He needed relative freedom, and among the various star warriors, second last seemed to be the only one who could give him such tolerance and indulgence. Seeing that Jiang Shao was deep in thought, second last put down her palm and continued, Gu Shiren Xia Yan Han Jiangshui. Form a team. Jiang Shao thought about what second last had said previously, but she changed the topic because of her position as the regimental leader. He frantically asked, They're all members of the Wasteland Reclaimers. You? Second last said, Not only did Qin Wangchuan not stop you, he even facilitated this matter. He knows that the Dragon Cave is the most important mission for all the troops in China, and you're one of the few who can conquer the Dragon Cave. Hence, he gave your team to me. Jiang Shao looked at second last in disbelief and said, The four of us have just received the Wildfire Medal. Have the three of them been abandoned by the Wasteland Reclaimers? Are they official guardians of the night now? Second last nodded and said, Yes, they've changed from the Wasteland Reclaimers to the Wasteland Reclaimers. They've also officially joined the Guardians of the Night. The three of them are now official Guardians of the Night. Hearing such news, Jiang Shao was speechless for a long time. Second last's voice was hoarse and emotionless. It's indeed very difficult for him to make such a decision. You know how strong you guys are and how many achievements you've made. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao nodded silently. Second last said, However, Qin Wangchuan still handed you guys over to me. He said that since your parents were volunteers for the Wasteland Reclaimers, perhaps the Han family should be part of the volunteer corps. He said, while he was still the chief instructor of the apprentice army, while he still had this authority. He hopes that you can focus on your development in the Guardians of the Night. Most importantly, he hopes that you can focus on the mission in the Dragon Cave and not be distracted by the two teams. He still hopes. Jiang Shao asked, Huh? Second last sighed softly and said, He especially told me to bring you guys back alive every time I carry out a mission in the Dragon Cave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao nodded silently. Qin Wangchuan had already done his best by doing so. As a soldier, Qin Wangchuan decided to let them go because Jiang Shao and the others were definitely capable enough to carry out the priority missions of the Chinese army. On the other hand, it was also because of the friendship between Qin Wangchuan and the Han family couple. Second last comforted him. You guys are still members of the Wasteland Reclaimers. We're all from the Chinese army too. Don't think too much. I'll allow the three of them to have the titles of tail feathers. You can assign them yourself. Jiang Shao nodded and said, What about titles like seven-tailed, eight-tailed, and nine-tailed? Apart from one-tailed and two-tailed, you can choose any of the other tail feathers. Second last said softly in a hoarse voice, I hope that you guys are the strongest and most special team under my command. Second last then handed a brand new Guardians of the Night identification card to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grabbed the identification with a peculiar expression and looked at it before saying, I haven't moved for a year and a half, but I've been promoted twice in a row. What did Jiang Shao see? Colonel. Seems like she should be Senior Colonel Wan? Jiang Shao weighed the identification card in his hand and glanced at second last. You've already arranged everything. Why are you still asking me? Second last said, Respect. Jiang Shao gave her a thumbs up and said, You really respect me. Thank you. Second last said, You're welcome. Jiang Shao wanted to curse, but who was Jiang Shao? Jiang Shao was a high-quality talent who was a world champion and a student of the Star Warriors Academy in Beijing. How could he scold her? Well, unless he couldn't help it, at this moment, Jiang Shao was clearly able to tolerate it under second last's gloomy gaze. Hence, Jiang Shao showed his good upbringing and smiled at second last with pursed lip. If he still had his buzz cut, His smile would be exactly the same as the smiley emoticons on social media app. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Second last supported herself with one hand and stood up. Let's go back to the northwest with me to recruit soldiers. Jiang Shao turned around and patted the baby bear's furry buttocks before putting it into the star map. He then asked, "What about our brothers? Li Yishu and Shurenjie are the leaders of the various troops. You have to make arrangements for them." Jiang Shao continued, "Even if it's a good position, it'll be difficult. Of course, they're willing to stay in the team when we're carrying out the Dragon Cave mission. If the Dragon Cave mission is postponed, they'll probably have to leave, right? Leave? Second last sneered and glanced at Jiang Shao. "They're my soldiers. Where do you think they're going?" "Hong Ying," Jiang Shao complained while following second last out of the ruins of Calamity. "You can't say that. They've gone through thick and thin with us. You can't be too domineering when it comes to meritorious service." Second last explained, "It's not what you think. Although the Tailfeathers Legion has expanded, they still accept the mission to explore the Dragon Cave. Once the Dragon Cave is opened, it'll still be our priority. So, I didn't decide not to let Li Yishu and Shurenjie go. It was a request from the higher-ups. In addition, Li Yishu and Shurenjie are also an important reason for the expansion of the Tailfeathers Legion. They're also the reason why we received the difficult mission of guarding the borders." Jiang Shao then nodded and said, "Oh, I see." Jiang Shao called out to the two of them who were training and walked out of the ruins of Calamity, only to see Ho Mingming waiting anxiously in the corridor. "Leader!" Ho Mingming exclaimed anxiously when she saw the two of them coming out. "Okay." Second last frowned and looked at Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming frantically said, "The Dragon Cave has just been opened." Second last was speechless. Jiang Shao asked, "What the heck?" Ho Mingming said, "Li Yishu has already followed your orders and rushed back to the northwest with the Heavenly Hound 20 minutes ago to take over with the light-chasing army." Jiang Shao got an idea and gently tugged at the corner of Second Last's shirt. Second Last turned to look at Jiang Shao and raised her eyebrows slightly. Jiang Shao said, "You don't have to make them turn back. Just follow the plan and let the other team members return to the northwest to take over. My Tailfeathers Legion will take over." Second Last shook her head and said, "Gu Shi and isn't qualified yet." Jiang Shao said, "You'll take over Gu Shi An's position." Second Last raised her eyebrows slightly, but when she saw how serious Jiang Shao was, she already knew what Jiang Shao was thinking. Jiang Shao said, "My team has enough output and I also have the humming whale. The more people there are, the harder it will be for me to take care of them." A bold idea popped up in Jiang Zhao's mind. Second Last licked her lips and imagined Jiang Zhao's unbridled behavior. She nodded gently and ordered, "Come with me to report to the higher-ups." Jiang Shao asked, "Should I go with you too?" Second Last nodded and said, "Your battle achievements, your abilities, your star transformation martial arts, and your star pets are all the capital that we can use to apply for missions." Jiang Shao thought about it again and said, "Okay, let's go." When the four of them finally received approval from Xiao Bo, the deputy commander of the Dragon Cave base, to enter the Dragon Cave as a fixed team of 4, everyone immediately began to prepare for the battle. Xiao Bo did listen to Jiang Zhao's words. "The more people there are, the harder it will be for me to take care of them. I have the humming whale, and the output is definitely enough. In addition, all 4 of us have spatial star techniques, so the overall mobility of the team is great. If we can ensure that it's safe enough and we can output more than we can, we'll definitely complete the mission." Since the middle of the last century, the Star Warriors had appeared, and the team of 4 had been fixed. There was a reason for that. The role of the Shield Warriors in the Dragon Cave had been greatly reduced. Therefore, this small team consisting of 2 melee attackers, Dojan, 1 magician, and 1 medic, this agility-type team was designed to explore the Dragon Cave. Xiao Bo thought about it again and finally agreed to the request of the two commanders under the promise of second last and Jiang Shao. The Dragon Cave had never been suitable for human wave tactics. That was a truth that everyone knew. The Tail Feather Regiment had a high say in the Dragon Cave base. Ever since the successful completion of the previous mission, Xiao Bo had also gained everyone's trust. Xiao Bo felt that since the Tail Feather Regiment had already had a successful exploration experience, and Luan Hongying was an excellent soldier, he should be acknowledged for making such adjustments in the team. In addition to the Tail Feather Regiment, Xiao Bo was also prepared to send out the 7th Special Daredevil Team that he had been training. They grew up by eating the resources of the Dragon Cave and existed to explore the Dragon Cave. Xiao Bo felt that it was time to take out their secret weapon. However, the exploration time had to be carefully considered. The Tail Feather Regiment was, of course, the first choice. The first thing that the 7 Daredevil team had to consider was not to affect the exploration of the Tail Feather Regiment. When the 4 members of the Tail Feather Regiment put on their black camouflage combat uniforms and rushed to the 33rd floor, they discovered that a group of Russian soldiers were entering the Dragon Cave one after another. The number of people Jiang Shao looked at them and thought, there are probably 14 or 15 of them, right? Jiang Shao nodded at the Russian soldiers who had yet to jump into the entrance of the Dragon Cave in a friendly gesture. The other party nodded in response with a solemn expression. The Dragon Cave was different from other military bases. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the soldiers of the two countries to get along with each other. Even if they seemed harmonious on the surface, the soldiers would still be competing with each other openly and secretly. However, the Dragon Cave, there were too many casualties and most of the soldiers did not return. Knowing that they were the Daredevil team, the soldiers of both sides gave each other enough respect. After the soldiers of the Russian Federation entered, the Russian officer negotiated with the Chinese army, and the Tail Feather Regiment waited at the entrance for another 10 minutes before being allowed to enter. After receiving the order, everyone lined up and walked towards the small square space that was 1m*1m in size. Xia Yan was so excited that her body trembled slightly. Finally, she was going to embark on the journey that her father used to take. Due to the rather special conflict between the father and daughter, the significance of exploring the Dragon Cave this time was definitely not inferior to advancing to the Galaxy stage or winning the World Cup. Han Jiangxue gently grabbed Xia Yan's arm and reminded, "After you go in, listen to my orders. Don't make any decisions on your own. It's very dangerous here. You can't do whatever you want." "Okay." Xia Yan nodded repeatedly. "I'll definitely listen to you, Leader Luan." At this moment, Xia Yan had no idea that Second Last had already been promoted. Second Last didn't care either. She said in a hoarse voice, "The commander is Jiang Shao." Until now, Second Last and Jiang Shao still didn't know that she had addressed him incorrectly. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Zhao's name was Jiang Xiaopi on his Guardian Officer ID. If it were Jiang Shao, he would have probably changed the way Second Last addressed him. "Who's small?" Jiang Shao thought. "Who doesn't have to address me as Big Healer?" Look at the situation now. It was unprecedented for a team of 4 to enter the Dragon Cave. That was her trust in him, and she had already entrusted her life to him. There was only one medical awakened in the team. How big is this healer? Think about it carefully. Free blessing and badge for the little toxic healer's birthday. Specific instructions. Open Qidian app, click on Discover, drop down, click on Activities, crazily scroll down, click on Jiang Zhao's birthday celebration, click on Blessing Badge, click on Blessing Xiaopi, share. If successful, you will receive the little toxic healer's badge after the celebration. Today is the last day. Everyone, please do something. The above text is free of charge. Top. Chapter 979. Upon hearing second last's words, Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and thought, has Captain Luan completely given up her authority? Whoosh, the four of them entered in a line and stood at the intersection of the four terrains. At this time, the sky was bright. However, the huge, fiery red sun was setting very quickly, moving at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Jiang Shao said, Xia Yan, from now on your code name in the Tail Feather team will be Eight Tails. Rain, Tears of the Realm, you can't stop unless I tell you to. Xia Yan's eyes turned red, and the dark clouds gathered in the sky. Slightly surprised, she asked, are you going to give me the code name of the Tail Feather team? That's great, but why 7 tails? Jiang Zhao's eyes were also red. While chatting, he waited for the drizzle to fall. He said, because you guys are now official guardians of the night, Light Chaser, second last specially allowed the 4 of us to use the code name Tail Feather. I'm 9-tailed. According to the usual order of Shield Agility Mage, Gu Shiren is 6th, you're 7th, and Han Jiangxue is 8th. Although second last said that he could choose any number apart from 1 or 2, Jiang Shao did not take Yu Qiuzi's 3 and Hai Tianqing's 4. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao curiously. She also realized that the two of them might have been talking about this matter in second last's Calamity Shadow training space. Had he become a light chaser of the Night Watch? Are you no longer a member of the Vigil Volunteer Corps? In this way, her title of Flame in the Tail Feather group should be gone. Besides, there were so many experts in the Tail Feather team that even Han Jiangxue, the Starry Sea Archmage goddess, wouldn't dare to say that she was the best in the team. Yet, second last actually gave her team a designation? Han Jiangxue thought to herself, it's mostly because of Jiang Shao. The dumbfounded Xia Yan might not have realized it yet, but Han Jiangxue knew very well how precious the code was. To be exact, it was too precious. Usually, the Guardians of the Night would only have numbers, and no matter how special the light-chasing team was, they usually didn't have a code. Xia Yan knew about the stories of the 1st to 4th tails, where they would either die, flee, or leave their fates to fate. What puzzled her was that if her team consisted of 6, 7, 8, and 9, what about the 5 tails? Is it empty? It started to drizzle, and Xia Yan immediately forgot about her doubts. She hurriedly said, the soldiers of the Russian Federation went in that direction. Yes. Jiang Shao was also sensing the movements of the Russian Federation soldiers. They had gone to the grassland. Clearly, their target should be the Star Dragon race. If they encountered the imprisoned dragon, then they would be out of luck. Jiang Shao said, put on the soul of the sea devouring. Jiang Shao thought about it, pointed to the snow-covered area in the distance, and said, let's go to the territory of the crystal dragon first. I have an idea. While speaking, Jiang Shao floated more than 10 centimeters off the ground with the soul of the sea devourer, while Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan floated up too. Second last, who was dressed in black camouflage, could only walk with her legs. However, her legs were long, so she was alright. Second last and 7th last, take the lead, Jiang Shao said while getting into formation. The 4 of them then quickly advanced towards the area covered in snow. Second last asked, what's your plan? Do I need to turn the Star Dragon into martial arts? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao said, ever since my enmity was upgraded to the highest quality, it gained a rather disgusting characteristic. Xia Yan's eyes glistened and she asked, you want to make the enemy sleep? At this moment, Jiang Shao seemed to have turned into a grimacing monk as he couldn't help but smirk and chuckle. He, second last looked at Jiang Zhao's sinister smile and said, speak. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the area covered by the snow should be the Crystal Dragon's star technique, Ice Crystal Domain. It's very likely to be mixed with the offensive star technique, Ice Crystal Snow. However, regardless of whether it's mixed with Ice Crystal Snow, the Ice Crystal Domain has a physical freezing effect. To me, it's a form of attack. Second last froze for a moment and continued, "Can you make them all fall asleep?" Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'll give it a try. Once the idea succeeds, we'll be able to kill the crystal dragon without getting hurt." "That'll be awesome," Xia Yan couldn't help but shiver and say, "You're so vicious." As they spoke, they had already entered the range of the sleet. Without a doubt, they had already been discovered by the crystal dragon. However, Jiang Shao could sense that no crystal dragon had come to find trouble with them. They were still entrenched on the top of the various mountains, and half of their bodies were hidden in the thick snow. Only the outline of a large dragon could be seen on the ground. Jiang Shao asked, "Seven tails, how many are there?" Xia Yan frowned and said, "There are 9 nearby, but there are too many in the distance." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded, and after confirming with Xia Yan that there was no mistake, he continued, "Although Tear Domain is not an offensive star technique, it will be judged as an attack. Now remember their location and cut off the connection with Tear Rain." "Okay." Xia Yan nodded and nodded obediently. Jiang Shao spat out a wisp of white mist and immediately activated his star technique, Enmity. Second last said with a sullen expression, "Enmity has many other negative statuses. Can you ensure that they fall asleep and not fly into a rage?" Even though she thought so, she did not stop Jiang Shao and simply raised a question. Jiang Shao looked up at the dark clouds that had yet to disperse and said, "No, the highest quality enmity has a specific negative effect on the enemy." Second last was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao activated his star technique, Enmity, and after more than 10 minutes, the snowflakes and floating ice crystals in the sky disappeared. As Shao Shui stopped descending, everyone looked at each other, only to see astonishment in each other's eyes. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly and said, "Don't use the Tear Domain first. Their race value is too high. It won't be good if they get woken up by the rain." "Seven Tails, do you still remember the location?" Xia Yan nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, "Yes, I remember." Jiang Shao said, "Lead the way, second last. Turn into a star and follow Xia Yan. Without the Tear Domain, you're the only one in the team with perception." However, the star map in front of second last flickered and 23 star slots were still lit up. One of the available star slots was still in a dim state. A 5-meter-long giant lynx subconsciously growled and followed Xia Yan, who was flying in front of it. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu also hurriedly floated over. On the snowy mountain thousands of meters away, the three of them floated in the air and slowed down. The giant lynx tiptoed and approached the target carefully. Everyone dared not even breathe loudly. It was terrifyingly quiet. On the top of the mountain in front of them, there was a 30-meter-long behemoth that was circling the top of the snowy mountain. In fact, it was snoring loudly. "Phew phew," Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly. "It's time to show my real skills." Xia Yan quietly moved forward and looked at the body that was covered in a thin layer of snowflakes. Her heart couldn't help but pound violently. This guy is so huge. So mighty. It's always better to listen to others. When she really saw the Dragon Clan creature, she suddenly realized how insignificant she was. The size of the crystal dragon gave Xia Yan a huge visual shock, and she thought about its terrifying strength. Jiang Shao slowly floated to the front of the huge dragon head and opened the door of the Calamity Ruins. Jiang Shao deliberately adjusted the size of the door of the Calamity Ruins in order to facilitate the space cutting later. He couldn't directly open the space door on the body of a living creature. Otherwise, it would save him a lot of trouble. In fact, no star technique could be directly activated on a living creature. That was the only thing he could do. On the other hand, if the crystal dragon was pushed horizontally through the space door, due to the instability of the space element and the edge of the space door, the crystal dragon might be cut into pieces. However, it could also be pushed to the back of the space door in one piece without entering the space door and being cut into pieces. He had to be extremely cautious in the dragon cave. After ensuring that part of the crystal dragon's body was clearly determined to have entered another world, he would close the door and decapitate it. That was the safest method. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao gestured to second last. The tacit understanding between the two of them was, of course, unquestionable. After carrying out missions and training together for so long, a single glance was enough. Second last immediately followed Jiang Zhao's instructions and transformed back into her human form. Jiang Shao removed the soul of the sea devourer from his body and pointed at second last before throwing the soul of the sea devourer towards her. Upon receiving the order, the soul of the sea devourer quickly covered second last's body. Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan again and gestured for her to grab the left horn of the dragon head. He then pointed at second last and gestured for her to grab the right horn of the dragon head. Of course, they had to be strong if they chose to be a laborer. There were 2 star fighters here. How could the rules awakened and the medical awakened take action? Phew, the crystal dragon was still sleeping soundly, and the loud snoring made everyone feel more at ease. 3, 2, 1. Under Jiang Zhao's gestures, second last and Xia Yan hugged the thick and long dragon horn, and with the help of the sea devourer, they slowly lifted it up while the crystal dragon was snoring loudly. The two of them moved slowly and carefully, and both second last and Xia Yan seemed to have given all their gentleness to the crystal dragon that they had just met. However, their gentleness seemed to be a little too lethal. The two of them floated in the air, hugged the crystal dragon's long horn, and placed its huge head at the gate of the Calamity World. Jiang Shao raised 3 fingers again. 3, 2, 1. The two of them suddenly threw the head of the crystal dragon into the gate of the Calamity World. Whoosh! As soon as the crystal dragon's head entered the gate of the Calamity World, Jiang Shao immediately closed the space door. As the door closed, the huge and exquisite head of the crystal dragon disappeared, and a neat cross-section appeared on the huge body of the crystal dragon. The headless body of the crystal dragon dashed down the mountain. Second last flashed and stopped the body that was about to rush down the mountain. She then slowly carried it up and placed it on the snow. The 4 of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Jiang Shao finally spoke up and broke the silence. "We seem to have found the right way to play in the dragon cave?" Everyone was speechless. There was no one else who could do this. From sleeping to killing, there was no struggle or resistance. It was absolutely safe for the team and painless for the crystal dragon. Was it really appropriate for it to be so poisonous? There will be an additional chapter of 4,400 words at 12 p.m. in a while. I hope to get January off to a good start. Everyone, please vote for the Little Toxic Healer with your guaranteed monthly votes, please. Chapter 980. In the cold snow, there was a special exploration team in the dragon cave. They were quiet and did not fight with the dragon creatures there. Instead, they were looking for the sleeping crystal dragons. Look, this crystal dragon is still sleeping soundly. It only knows how to sleep every day. This can't go on. Let's bring it to the Calamity Shadow World and cut it up. Under the leadership of the toxic healer, who was covered in poison, the 4 of them killed to their heart's content without shedding a drop of blood. In the beginning, everyone's hearts were in their throats, but they gradually got used to it. They only needed 10 crystal dragons to sacrifice to the heavens. Jiang Shao stood in front of the crystal dragon's huge head and opened the door to the Calamity Shadow World again while humming softly. "The cool breeze blows gently into my lapel. I can't hear the sound of my head." Second last and Xia Yan were still floating above the huge dragon's head, hugging the crystal dragon's long horns and sending it to the guillotine. Their movements were no longer gentle. Instead, they were much faster now. The fact that Jiang Shao could hum a song was enough to show how confident everyone in the team was. However, Jiang Zhao's singing was a little strange and didn't sound authentic. Whoosh! As the door to the Calamity Shadow World closed, another huge dragon's head was cut off and left in the Calamity Shadow World. In the Calamity Shadow World, Gardener's Skin and Sparring Skin stood at the neatly cut cross-section and began their work. Roar! Roar! A charcoal-red colt rubbed its head against Gardener Skin's body, while its pitch-black eyes were fixed on the crystal dragon's big head. It knew what would fall out. The sparring partner used a flower blade to easily dig a hole in the crystal dragon's head, while the gardener controlled the flexible branches around him to wrap around the huge crystal dragon's head and toss it up and down, after which a polyhedral star bead with an irregular shape fell out. The two of them took out the star bead and ensured that the crystal dragon's head was relatively intact. Seeing that the huge star bead had fallen out, Sparring Skin hurriedly kept it in his arms. On the other side, Gardener Pie was also pacifying the restless Blackridge fire plume. He said rather helplessly, "I'll bring you to drink some milk later. Red Rabbit, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I can't use it. It's a quest item, so I'll have to hand it in when I get back." Loo! Loo! The little red rabbit horse failed to act coquettishly, so it started to act shamelessly and started to play punksy. The red rabbit's body tilted, and with a plop, it lay down on its side. Its 4 hooves were still kicking, looking like it would throw a tantrum if he didn't give it to him. The movements of the Sparring Skin and the Gardener's Skin were exactly the same, helplessly with their hands on their hips, watching the red rabbit who was making a scene and rolling on the ground. After thinking about it, Gardener's Skin still left with Red Rabbit and headed for the Flower Sea Ranch. Out of sight, out of mind. These star beasts had a great desire for star beads. If they continued to covet it, it would probably rebel. At this moment, the Blackridge fire plume was already giving Jiang Shao enough face by making a scene and rolling on the ground. Although it was still a child, it was still a mutated diamond quality. If it really went crazy, the Sparring Skin watched as the Gardener's Skin rolled the Red Rabbit into the Calamity Shadow training space. After the figure disappeared, the Sparring Skin turned to look at the Crystal Dragon. Creatures like the Crystal Dragon were intricately constructed and were simply a gift from the Creator. It looked like an ice sculpture of a dragon head created by an ice sculptor after 1 or 2 months of meticulous sculpting. However, it was not an ice sculpture in essence, but a crystal-clear crystal body. The huge dragon head was used as an ornament, which was really mighty and domineering. In the beginning, Jiang Shao was still very cautious and used the gate of the Calamity Shadow World to cut off the dragon head. After experimenting again and again, Jiang Shao discovered that he did not need to be so wasteful. He just had to cut off the connection between the dragon head and the dragon body, and the crystal dragons would still die. They were not like snakes or earthworms on Earth, which could still move after their heads and bodies were cut off. They were magical dragon star beasts that would die once their heads were cut off. That's 9 dragon heads. The Sparring Skin placed one hand on the crystal dragon's head. This big guy was at least 4 meters tall and 6 meters long. What was suitable for it to be used for? In fact, there were a total of 12 dragon heads, but the first 3 were broken and severed from the middle. The Sparring Skin in the Calamity Shadow World was still thinking about what to do with this exquisite thing when the gate of the Calamity Shadow World opened again and the long body of the crystal dragon was sent in. Compared to the operation of the decapitation, the way the dragon's body entered was much more crude. Jiang Shao used green glow to push it in. Phew! Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and closed the gate of the Calamity Shadow World before turning to look at everyone. Be it Second Last or Han Jiangxue, they were not the kind of people who would show their joy on their faces. However, in Xia Yan's eyes, both the silent Second Last and the cold and indifferent Han Jiangxue were full of joy. How many powerful rules awakened can I create with so many crystal dragon star beads? The crux of the problem was that Jiang Shao had found a way to kill the crystal dragon without causing any harm. It was simply perfect. It was Xia Yan's first time in the Dragon Cave, and her previous impression of it was, of course, extremely dangerous and extremely dangerous. However, Xia Yan was led astray by Jiang Shao during her first visit. She even had an illusion that the Dragon Cave was really easy to explore. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red again, and he ordered, "Seven Tails, make it rain." Xia Yan snapped out of her trance and her eyes turned slightly red. It could be seen that although Jiang Shao seemed to be carefree on the surface, he still respected the Dragon Cave greatly and was extremely cautious. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough for one person to use the field tear, but Jiang Shao added another layer of insurance. He would only move again after ensuring that he and Xia Yan received the same information without any mistakes. The two of them turned into crying bags and Jiang Shao said, "Use this method to slaughter more crystal dragons. These are all bargaining chip. When we submit the star beads, we'll apply for the hidden dragon star beads. 7 Tails, you need that." Okay. Xia Yan stammered. She knew that Han Jiangxue had an empty star slot, but Jiang Shao actually thought of her first, of course. What Xia Yan didn't know was that the star techniques of the Mist Dragon, Crystal Dragon, Hidden Dragon, and Star Dragon were all at least platinum quality, but Han Jiangxue did not need their star techniques at this moment. To Han Jiangxue, the star technique of the enslaved dragon was the only thing she needed the most in the Dragon Cave. Han Jiangxue's remaining 4 star slots were prepared for the dragon-enslaved star bead. Of course, to Jiang Shao, the most ideal solution was to absorb the first 3 star techniques of the enslaved dragon. As for the 4th star technique, Ode to Captivity, Jiang Shao did not like such star techniques that would destroy everything. If possible, Jiang Shao even wanted to strip the humming whale's Ode to Death at the sea and discard it. If such a star technique was used by wild star beasts, it would definitely increase the danger. However, Jiang Shao always felt that it would be a hidden danger for his star pet. The only way to prevent the humming whale from using this star technique was to continuously become stronger and increase his own strength. "Mist Dragon!" Second Last suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan panicked and hurriedly snapped back to their senses. The two of them were still memorizing the locations of the dragons, but the Tier Realm star technique could not detect the Mist Dragon that had turned into mist. Jiang Shao said, "There are no other dragon creatures nearby. We can fight. Second Last, Seventh Last, your star techniques can hardly cause any damage to the Mist Dragon. Prepare Frost Wind. The 3 of us will assist 8th Last and interfere with the Mist Dragon." Jiang Shao quickly gave orders while Xia Yan pursed her lip. She had carefully studied the characteristics of the creatures there and realized that she did not have any effective way to attack a special creature like the Mist Dragon. Jiang Shao continued, "The less movement the better. End the battle quickly. 8th Last, Star Transformation, White Flames, get ready." Han Jiangxue floated in front of Jiang Shao and a dazzling star map appeared in front of her chest. At this moment, Xia Yan finally realized the danger of the Dragon Cave. Judging from Jiang Zhao's attitude and the sullen expressions of the other 2 teammates, she could tell that it would be a difficult battle. The 4 of them stood on a relatively open platform in the middle of the mountain and got ready to attack. Second Last suddenly said, "Left, it's coming. It's about to circle over." Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red and the rain continued to drizzle. He sensed that there were no other dragons approaching. He frantically said, "Sense if there are any other Mist Dragons." Before he could finish speaking, there was a cloud of fog behind the boulder in front of him. Jiang Shaotian waved his hand and the star slot, Sound of Silence, which was adjusted to the largest range and diameter of 10 meters, was smashed out. Second Last said, "That's the Mist Dragon's star technique, Mist Cluster. It's just transformed into the appearance of a Mist Dragon, not its actual body. The Mist Dragon is hiding behind the mountain." The 2 small Mist Dragons did not turn around and instead dashed out directly. However, their movements were a little slower, which also proved that they were the mist dragons transformed by the star technique mist cluster. This old fox is really cunning. 2-1-1. Fly, move forward, Jiang Shao commanded, and the group of 4 immediately flew up, allowing the 2 small mist dragons to rush past them. The group of 4 also rushed over. The 3 of them were wearing cloaks, and Jiang Shao could fly freely in the tear field. At this moment, the 4 of them were really omnipotent. The key was that the 4 of them all had star techniques related to spatial movement, and Jiang Zhao's spacetime rift could even bring people along. These 4 people had explosive damage, agility, healing, and endurance. Another person in the team would be a burden. Jiang Shao said, "Second last, take command. I want to see its actual body." Due to the fact that the mist dragon was hidden behind the steep mountain, charging forward would mean that they would be at risk of being attacked. At this moment, second last, who had a perception-type star technique, was the most suitable commander. A good commander must not be greedy for power and must be decisive and make the appropriate decision in the right situation. Second last said, "Charge forward with all your might. It has entered the cave." At 11 o'clock. While speaking, second last's expression suddenly changed and she yelled, "Disperse!" Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue quickly flew backward, while second last and Xia Yan flew forward rapidly. A massive creature suddenly rushed out of the cliff on the left of the crowd. When the mist dragon was hunting, its entire body would turn into fog, but its actual body would be half fog. Hence, it would be a piece of cake for it to rush out of the mountain. Hiss! The loud roar of the dragon shook the sky and earth, accompanied by pieces of gravel that flew away. The rich star power immediately threw the 4 of them out. The leisurely slaughter of the crystal dragon gave Xia Yan an unrealistic fantasy. The mist dragon, which was almost the younger brother of the dragon cave, made its appearance in such a manner to announce to Xia Yan why there were so many loyal souls buried in the dragon cave. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast star silence. Second last, seventh last, flashed 20 meters below the mist dragon. Frost wind! Jiang Shao yelled as he regained command. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xia Yan and second last were cloaked and their bodies flickered instantly. The cloak allowed them to go to the sky and enter the sea, and their star techniques allowed them to do whatever they wanted. The 2 of them adjusted the direction of their attacks according to Jiang Zhao's orders, and as they waved the giant sword and sword in their hands, the mist dragon that had been smashed by star silence was immediately covered by a layer of snow. In an instant, the mist dragon that was half fog was covered in a layer of frost. 8th. Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, the white flames had already been released from Han Jiangshue's hands and were directed at the mist dragon's head. Jiang Shao followed the direction of the mist dragon's large body that was covered in frost and slowed down. He then smeared star silence evenly on its body. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the thin layer of frost on the mist dragon's head shattered, and Han Jiangshue's white flames immediately ignited the mist dragon's head. Everywhere it passed, the frost would be burned. The frost didn't even have the qualifications to be melted. Instead, it was directly shattered by the extremely destructive white flames. All of a sudden, a dragon's head that was burning with white flames appeared on the side of the mountain. Jiang Shao controlled the range of star silence, and tried his best to delay the movement of the mist dragon so that it couldn't use its star techniques or break free. Faster, frost wind. Thicker, Jiang Shao ordered. Seeing that the half-fog body was completely frozen, Jiang Shao adjusted the range of star silence and yelled, "Smash the dragon's body 8 meters away from the dragon's head." Xia Yan's body flashed and shuttled upwards rapidly, leaving a glaring sword in her wake. She was very fast and she wanted to attack with all her might. Hence, she did not choose to use the spacetime gap. However, second last's execution ability was astonishing. She flashed over directly. The place where she flashed was close to Jiang Zhao's range of star silence and the mist dragon's body. It was such a dangerous place, but Second Last did not hesitate at all. She did not question Jiang Zhao's orders at all. Kacha! Kacha! Second Last slashed down with her sword, and at the next moment, Xia Yan's figure shuttled upwards rapidly. The two of them passed by each other. On the other hand, the mist dragon's body was instantly severed at the waist and the ice shards scattered downwards. It had lost half of its body and the energy that was continuously supplied to it was cut off by half. Only a small half of its body and the head of the mist dragon were left. In the silence of the stars that had been adjusted, the mist dragon opened its mouth wide and shook slightly with all its might. Han Jiangxue was wearing a cloak and standing in the air, staring coldly at the mist dragon that had been severely injured and could no longer resist. She aimed one of her hands at the dragon's head and spread her slender fingers. Bang! There was no sound. That was what Jiang Shao imagined. The huge dragon's head that was burning completely shattered and turned into a white rain of flames that poured down. The four of them floated in the air and stood in 4 different directions. They all lowered their heads and looked at the white rain of flames that poured down. Jiang Shao touched his teary eyes and sighed softly. He muttered softly, "This is such a tragic death." Han Jiangxue seemed to have not heard him at all. She continued to descend and collect the star bead. On the other hand, Xia Yan, who was in the air, nodded in agreement. Compared to the crystal dragons that were sent away happily while in slumber, the mist dragon's death was indeed tragic. Year 2020, a new journey. I'm not going to bicker with you anymore. I'll give you 4,400 words. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 981. 8 Tails. Remember this location. If we need to teleport, take the team back to this cave, Jiang Shao said while flying into the cave that was created by the fog dragon. Jiang Shao continued, "There's no danger around. This is a good safe place." Okay. Han Jiangxue nodded. "Jiang Shao," Xia Yan suddenly called out. "During missions, call me by my code name," Jiang Shao answered. "Oh, 9 Tails sense over there," Xia Yan said as she reached out and pointed at the wall on the left. To be exact, she was pointing in that direction. Xia Yan frowned slightly and said, "About 20 kilometers away, right in the middle of the 5 boulders. Have you found the location that I mentioned?" Jiang Shao closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly, carefully sensing the location that Xia Yan mentioned through the domain tiers. Xia Yan said, "I keep feeling that my perception of this world is lacking. There's something wrong over there." Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly and said, "Yes, that's the hidden dragon. Sense the outline carefully again." Under normal circumstances, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan were the omniscient gods in the domain tiers, and the lack of knowledge made Xia Yan feel particularly uncomfortable, as if her godhood had been provoked. Jiang Shao continued, "Our perception of that place is lacking because when the hidden dragon activates the body of concealment, it can hide its vitality, star power, and even its entire body. Change your train of thought and analyze from another angle. When you feel that there's a lack of knowledge of that area, it must be because the hidden dragon is hunting." Xia Yan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Oh, I thought that there was a space door or space disorder over there. I thought that my field tiers couldn't be returned and couldn't connect with my perception. It turns out that there's a dragon there," Jiang Shao said. "The hidden dragon's 3 star techniques, summoning little hidden dragon, controlling little hidden dragon, and body of concealment, are the ones that you're going to absorb on the star technique interface in the future." Xia Yan rubbed her reddened eyes and said, "I'm Dozhan. Do I need body of concealment?" "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and continued, "Hidden charge and hidden chase are the Dozhan divine technique. This body of concealment is a rare combat auxiliary star technique. When activated, it can strengthen the recovery of star power and the body's self-repair function. Once you have this star technique, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. We came at the right time. If Brigadier Luan could have come into contact with the dragon cave earlier, his star techniques would have been different. Jiang Shao then looked at Second Last and said, "The Fog Dragon 3 stars technique is very compatible with your fog weapon and body of fog. Have you considered it?" Second Last nodded and said, "When you weren't around, I already applied to absorb 2 Fog Dragon star beads, but I failed." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay, this time, let's kill more dragons and obtain more resources. We'll hand over all the Crystal Dragon star beads and apply for the rest of the resources to be absorbed." As he spoke, Jiang Shao stopped and Xia Yan's expression changed too. Second Last asked, "Why?" Xia Yan hurriedly said, "A dragon is about to pass by the boulder area. It's about to start fighting." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. In the tear field, he finally sensed the body of the cunning bastard. After breaking through the body of concealment, the hidden dragon finally filled the blank space and re-entered Jiang Zhao's senses. Xia Yan exclaimed in shock, "Wow, this sneak attack! The two of them seem to be about the same size?" Jiang Shao guessed and said, "It should be a hidden dragon too. TSK, this hidden dragon is really cunning and ruthless. It even hunted its own kind." Jiang Shao waved his right hand and said, "7 tails and 8 tails, enter my space and wait for orders at the gate. When the gate opens, it will be a life-and-death battle." Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan looked at each other and obediently walked into the gate of the Calamity World. Immediately afterwards, the two of them saw the huge crystal dragon heads all over the ground. Jiang Shao recalled the sea-devouring robe on Second Last's body and said, "Star transformation, I need your beast form and 5 senses to be enhanced." In the cave, a lynx star map appeared on Second Last's chest. In an instant, a 4-meter-tall, 7-meter-long long-tailed lynx stomped on the ground angrily with its claws. The furry head turned around and a pair of dark, vertical pupils made Jiang Shao shudder in fear. The best way to get rid of fear was to face it. "Come on. Here you go." Jiang Shao roared in his heart while his body slowly floated up and landed steadily on the body of the huge lynx. He then rubbed its soft fur with one hand. Gore! The ferocious lynx let out a dangerous growl, but it did not fling Jiang Shao off its body. Jiang Shao moved his body forward and bent down to hug its soft and warm body. He said, "Pay attention to your feet, creatures hidden underground. My rainwater can't detect them." Gore, whoosh! The cat-riding warrior's figure flickered and the two of them appeared in the wilderness, hiding in a huge stone array. Not far away was the battlefield of the 2 hidden dragons. At this moment, the hunting hidden dragon was biting the body of its prey and refused to let go. It seemed like it wanted to use the method of physical biting to kill its prey. The prey, the hidden dragon, reacted quickly too and wrapped its long body around its opponent. The 2 huge hidden dragons entangled with each other and seemed like they were about to tie into a knot. At this moment they seemed to have forgotten that they were noble dragons. Instead, they used the most primitive hunting method to bite and strangle their opponent. Sniff, the lynx lowered its furry head and sniffed the ground, seemingly a little uneasy as it scratched the ground with its huge claws. Seeing that, Jiang Shao hurriedly brought the lynx back to the cave that was 20 kilometers away. Jiang Shao asked, "What's the matter?" A hoarse human voice came out of the lynx's mouth. That voice was incomparably sinister, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. The ferocious lynx said, "There's a catacomb under the wasteland. The hidden dragons should be hunting the dragons of the underground." Jiang Shao patted the lynx's head and thought, "It must be tough for you to speak in this manner." The lynx's accent was very strange, and she was also a little slurred. Jiang Shao reckoned that it would be difficult for her to speak in this form. Jiang Shao discovered something interesting. Regardless of what form she was in, Second Last's voice would always be hoarse. Jiang Shao frantically asked, You only discovered the catacomb. Did you find any traces of the dragons below? The lynx shook its head. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, I'll summon the humming whale and the four of us will wait in the dark. How about that? The lynx said, You command. Whoosh! Jiang Shao rode the lynx and appeared in a pile of rubble again, but it was not the same as before. Jiang Shao consciously adjusted his position to ensure that they were not in the hunting range of the underground dragons. At the same time, the door of the Calamity World opened beside Jiang Shao. Xia Yan and Han Jiangshu hurriedly flew out, only to see Jiang Zhao's hand gesture. Not far away, the two hidden dragons were still entangled with each other. Due to the fact that they were biting each other with their mouths, the two dragons did not roar much. Besides, they were wrestling and tearing each other in midair. Hence, it did not affect the surrounding environment much. The commotion of the battle was too small. Hide well. I'll summon the humming whale to fight. There's a catacomb below. Second last hasn't sensed any creatures for the time being. Once a creature appears, it'll be our target. Jiang Shao said softly, reminding everyone to count down. 3, 2, 1. Bang! Jiang Shao rode on the lynx and lowered his head while sensing everything around him with the domain tier. He waved his hands continuously. One after another, star silence was adjusted to the maximum range and smashed against the two hidden dragons' huge bodies. His primary target was, of course, their heads. Buzz, after a series of star silence, another massive creature appeared above Jiang Zhao's head. The humming whale, which was hidden in Jiang Zhao's star map and was closely connected to Jiang Zhao's mental strength, knew Jiang Zhao's actions like the back of its hand. As soon as it appeared, a huge waterspout appeared. Sea Vortex controls the rotating vortex to break through, besiege, or strangle the target. Diamond quality level 0, Sea Candle Vortex. When the black-white candle whale uses its 5th star technique, Sea Vortex star technique, there will be an additional effect of ice candle flame. Under the drizzling rain, the water element was extremely rich. In an instant, the two hidden dragons that were entangled in midair were engulfed by a huge sea candle vortex. Jiang Shao waved his hands continuously, and this time, it was no longer star silence but golden blessing. The huge blessed light pillar with a diameter of 5 meters pierced through the sea candle vortex and landed on the hidden dragon's head one after another. This time, the two entangled hidden dragons were completely tied in knot. Furthermore, it was a dead knot that could not be untied. The two arrogant dragon clan creatures were actually rolled into a ball by the sea candle vortex. The halo of nostalgia was wrapped around the humming whale and Jiang Shao, frantically absorbing the star power of the two hidden dragons. After completely controlling the hidden dragons, Jiang Shao no longer used blessing and instead switched to silence to ensure that the humming whale's output environment was stable. The whirlpool that was burning with the white ice candle flame was spinning at an extremely fast speed. If it were any other creature, they would not have been ground to death, but would have been torn to shreds. There was a reason why Jiang Shao was called the King of Toxic Healers. The torrential rain that poured down from the top of the sea candle vortex was a torrential rain of tears of sorrow. The torrential rain of tears of sorrow did not pour down in one go. Instead, it was engulfed by the sea candle vortex and engulfed and tore the bodies of the hidden dragons. The star techniques of Jiang Shao and the humming whale were completely 1+1 GT2. Oh my god! Xia Yan hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand and exclaimed in a muffled voice. She looked at the drum washing machine in the sky in shock. What level of natural disaster is this? This can destroy a city in an instant, right? Xia Yan was very certain that if she were the one in the vortex, she would definitely not be able to persist for a few seconds before her body would be completely torn apart. In fact, there might not even be any bones left. Jiang Shao controlled the torrential tears of sorrow and threw out stars of silence again and again. He stared at the battlefield in the sky and said, I didn't feel wrong calling you Brother Xiaopi, did I? Xia Yan turned her head in a daze and looked at Jiang Shao, who had a serious expression on his face. In every battle, his mischievous attribute seemed to evolve into a reliable attribute. Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "The humming whale is so strong. When we get back, we have to reward it well." Jiang Shao was speechless. Buzz! The joyful sound of the humming whale could be heard in the sky. Love me, love my dog. It had always been spiritually connected to Jiang Shao and had deep feelings for everyone that Jiang Shao cared about. However, those people had been training hard and were busy with missions. Hence, they rarely accompanied it or even neglected it. However, the humming whale had always been in Jiang Zhao's eyes, accompanying everyone at all times. However, those people didn't know about it. He recommended 2 books from his friends. Heavenly Taoist Sect, a sci-fi novel by Pei Tu Go, has been published. Creation Diagram, a work of Platinum Horizon. Quality guaranteed. Those who are interested can take a look. Chapter 982. Scumbag. 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 Lu. Lu. The ferocious lynx suddenly scratched the wasteland beneath its feet and turned around restlessly while sniffing around, seemingly looking for a special scent. The lynx suddenly said, "I smell it. It's exposed. It's in the west, 100 meters away. It's panicking, but it's not coming out. It's guarding it. It's gone." Jiang Shao was stunned, but he did not slow down. With the continuous supply of star power from the halo of nostalgia, he was having a great time casting Sound of Silence. Han Jiangshua's eyes lit up and she said, "Will there be dragon eggs? Will it be star dragons? We've already gone far into the snow mountain and crossed 3 terrains." Xia Yan suddenly said, "There are dragons here. The commotion caused by the humming whale's battle is too huge. It's attracting hunters. They might not necessarily be hunters, but they might also be bellicose." Jiang Shao said, "It'll be over soon, Xia Yan. Go get the star beads." Whoosh! The rapidly rotating vortex immediately swayed and countless water droplets scattered in all directions like a bomb. The bodies of the 2 hidden dragons were shattered into countless pieces and scattered in all directions. Only creatures with strong defensive abilities like imprisoned dragons and star dragons could persist in the vortex until their bodies were damaged and some traces were left behind. As for the other dragons, their defensive abilities were not strong enough. Xia Yan flashed and quickly collected the 2 star beads in the tier domain before flashing back. Jiang Shao smacked the humming whale's body and put it into his body. He then flashed again and landed on the ground. 8 tails, teleport. A dark ripple shield was activated, and the 3 of them and the cat immediately returned to the cave in the snow mountain. Jiang Shao said, 7 tails, open the tier domain. Let's pay attention to the battlefield together. I hope the corpse can cause some trouble. Jiang Shao then looked at Second Last, who had transformed into a human, and asked, "What kind of dragon is below?" Second Last said, "My senses won't fail, so the ones in the cave should be hidden dragons too. Hidden dragons are extremely bellicose. The 4 of us have already set up an ambush, and we're waiting for it to join the battle, but it didn't choose to come out in the end, so." Xia Yan said, "There's a dragon eating minced meat." "Wow, what a huge dragon!" Jiang Shao said, "It's Star Dragon. In the dragon cave, only Star Dragon and Imprisoned Dragon could reach 40 meters in size. These 2 types of dragons are also easy to distinguish. The Star Dragon is about 40 meters long, while the Prisoner Dragon is more than 50 meters long." Second Last asked, "There's a situation." Xia Yan turned into a war reporter and said, "There's no movement underground. The dragon in the catacombs should have held back and didn't come out. That Star Dragon is eating the meat alone." Jiang Shao was slightly excited. "When Star Dragon leaves, we'll go to the catacombs to take a look. Han Jiangshu leaned back and floated in the air with the help of the sea-devouring soul. At the side, Second Last crossed her arms and leaned against the wall of the cave, closing her eyes to rest. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan turned into war reporters and carefully sensed the situation on the battlefield. The star dragon swam slowly on the pile of rubble, picking and choosing, swallowing mouthfuls of minced meat until it was clean. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan turned around abruptly and looked at each other. Second Last immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Xia Yan said, "That star dragon hasn't left, it's digging the ground. Has it long sensed the existence of the hidden dragon below?" Second Last frowned slightly and said, "It's hard to say. The race value of the dragons is very high. During the period when Star Dragon is eating, it should be able to detect any movement below." "It went in," Jiang Shao said. "Star Dragon went in and smashed the ground." "Ha!" Xia Yan couldn't help but sigh heavily. "What did I see? A meteor shower, a terrifying fall of stars. Countless dazzling stars descended from the sky and smashed into the ground in a frenzy. Not only did they cause the ground to cave in, but they also caused the underground cave to collapse. There were even several stars that seemed to be controlled and were chasing the massive body of the hidden dragon. The hidden dragon, which was no longer in hiding, finally entered Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's range of perception. One after another, the resplendent stars bombarded the hidden dragon's body. One by one, the hidden dragons rushed out and roared as they charged at the star dragon. These two dragons actually had the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It was finally no longer a battle of bites, but a real battle of star technique. Star Dragon is too strong. Xia Yan couldn't help but be astonished and feel that the hidden dragon was being smashed by a series of stars. If it were a human, it would have long been smashed by the stars. Xia Yan asked, "Shui, Ba Wei, when your star dragon grows up, will it be as powerful as it is now?" Han Jiangshu nodded and said, "It's growing up rather slowly. It's been 5 months, but it's still only 3 meters long. We don't have any information about it for the time being, so I can only hope that it grows up quickly." Jiang Shao felt a headache at the mention of the growth period of Pet. It was because the Yi family's apprenticeship gift, the Black Ridge Firefeather, grew up very quickly and had a short infancy. Just like Baishan Shuiyu, the Black Ridge Firefeather would leave the infant stage after about 6 months and officially enter the growth period. At this moment, the Black Ridge Firefeather was already about 3 months old. Jiang Zhao's little candle could also rely on star beasts that were in their growth or adulthood. There was no need to rely on them when they were still infant. But for other people, they had to be babies to absorb astral pet. That was also indirectly urging Jiang Shao to make a decision in a short period of time. While feeling the natural disaster on the battlefield, Xia Yan said in a trembling voice, "You can educate it well from a young age. If it doesn't listen to you when it grows up, it'll definitely be a disaster." After hearing Xia Yan's words, Jiang Shao suddenly thought of the fear of being dominated by the star dragon. Thinking back, the last time they entered the dragon cave, it was also in the underground cavern. The 2 star dragons controlled the stars and slaughtered the tail feather group until they ran for their lives, making them wish their parents had given them 2 more legs. It has the power to fight. Compared to its defense, the hidden dragon's output is stronger. The small hidden dragon is also breaking through the star dragon's body. Jiang Shao said, only to be slapped in the face by reality. As soon as he said that the hidden dragon still had the power to fight, he saw the hidden dragon plunging into the ground and fleeing frantically. Jiang Shao suddenly discovered that it was snowing outside again. Jiang Shao activated his star technique, enmity, and strode out. "We don't dare to get involved in the battle between the Hidden Dragon Group and the Star Dragon Group for the time being, but what's the meaning of this, Crystal Dragon? Are you looking down on me, the toxic healer? Go to sleep." Jiang Shao activated enmity, and a few minutes later, the snowflakes in the sky disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Zhao's reign did not discover where the crystal dragon was. He reckoned that it might be hiding in a cave or under the snow. However, no matter what, the crystal dragon had already fallen asleep in his perception. The star power's ferocious mouth bit the hidden dragon's tail. It suddenly raised its head and dragged the hidden dragon out, smashing it onto the ground. Then, a resplendent star burst out from the star dragon's mouth and blasted towards the hidden dragon again. They were both diamond-quality creatures of the same level. How could there be such a one-sided situation? The star dragon only had one more diamond star technique than the hidden dragon group, but it was a star-burst star technique. There shouldn't be a one-sided situation at all, Jiang Zhao said. Riches come from danger. Han Jiangshu asked, Huh? Jiang Zhao continued, there's something wrong with the hidden dragon's attitude. It has extremely high intelligence and is especially belligerent. However, the hidden dragon has been trying to break away from the battle since the beginning and seems to be unwilling to fight. The hidden dragon group and the star dragon group are both diamond quality creatures, so there shouldn't be a one-sided situation. In other words, Han Jiangxue was extremely intelligent, and she was also the first person to mention the possibility of the existence of the dragon egg. She said, something is affecting its energy and causing it to be distracted. These proud dragons would only display such intense emotions in front of their children. A living example was right in front of Jiang Zhao. Previously in the catacombs, the star dragon wrapped its dragon egg with its tail and pressed it into the wall inch by inch. It roared at everyone and swore to protect its child with its life. The star dragon's father self-destructed in an earth-shattering manner and turned everything on the battlefield into nothingness. He then left the corpses on the ground as a final gift to the star dragon's wife and child. However, the more sinister Tail Feathers group reaped the benefits later on. Of course, there was reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. Who would heaven spare? The Tail Feathers group, who thought that they were the ones who reaped the benefits, was also trapped by the imprisoned dragon. If it weren't for Jiang Zhao's godlike operation at that time, the entire Tail Feathers group would have been annihilated, just like the thousands of soldiers who explored the dragon cave. They would have turned into a pile of bones and been buried there forever. In fact, the possibility of their corpses being exposed in the wilderness was not high. In a place like the dragon cave, the corpses of humans and dragons would be devoured without leaving any bones behind. Jiang Zhao said, "Get ready to fight." Second tail, seventh tail, star transformation. Eighth tail, teleport to the previous location. At the next moment, a dark defensive shield was immediately opened. Everyone returned to a pile of rubble, and Han Jiangshue's eyes narrowed. A few minutes ago, the terrain of the pile of rubble had already become full of potholes and the ground had been torn apart. The pile of boulders had also turned into pieces of rubble, rolling down from the crack that had been torn open in the ground. The rich star power filled the place, making it hard for them to breathe. The rumbling sounds were endless and came from underground. The battlefield between the Star Dragon group and the Hidden Dragon group had once again moved underground. Lu there, to the side. The ferocious lynx's body flickered and appeared 100 meters away, stepping on the edge of a deep pit. In front of it was the collapsed pit. The rumbling sounds came from not far underground, but the lynx seemed to have not heard it at all. It lowered its furry head and sniffed around. The three of them rushed over quickly, and the lynx also leaped into the collapsed pit. Then Jiang Zhao saw a very familiar feline action of digging. Its huge claws were extremely sharp and like steel. It dug through the boulders and turned into a cat-shaped excavator that dug into the ground top. Chapter 983. Jiang Zhao hurriedly beckoned the two of them to jump into the deep pit and said, "Seven tails, observe the battlefield." Xia Yan was curious and wanted to go over to see what treasure Second Last was digging. However, after receiving the order, Xia Yan floated to the edge of the deep pit without hesitation and peeked her head out to look around carefully. Clearly, Xia Yan was in the right position. No matter how much she argued with Jiang Shao usually, she was still very obedient on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yan, who possessed the field tears, wouldn't need to use her eyes to observe her surroundings. However, the dragon cave was different. There were hidden dragons and fog dragons in the dragon cave. The characteristics of the fog dragon were too disgusting. Under normal circumstances, it was just a layer of fog, and in order to use the rain of the field tears to detect it, they would have to hope that the fog dragon would condense a trace of its body. That was obviously unreliable. Hence, both Xia Yan and Jiang Shao could only use their naked eyes to detect it. Fortunately, they were in a good position and the surrounding terrain was open. The protruding hills and boulders in the distance had basically been smashed by the two dragons, Star and Hidden Dragons. Hence, they had a good view from this position. Kacha! With a soft sound, the huge body of the lynx quickly darted into the hole. Jiang Shao walked over curiously and looked down at the hole, only to be splattered with gravel and mud. Jiang Shao retreated while the hole in front of him was still splattered with sand. Usually, Han Jiangxue would have gone forward to help Jiang Shao tidy up, but at this moment she floated up and peeked half of her head out from the edge of the pit, looking around vigilantly. Roar! The ferocious sound of the lynx's throat could be vaguely heard from the hole. Whoosh! A few seconds later, a large figure darted out and landed on all fours. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, the ferocious lynx seems to be holding something in its mouth. Jiang Shao took a closer look and realized that it was a semi-invisible dragon egg. Good heavens, star warriors without the star technique of perception would probably not be able to find it even if they walked past the hidden dragon egg. Seeing that the treasure was in his hands, Jiang Shao frantically said, "Go, go, go! 8 tails, dark space, instantaneous defense." Han Jiangxue immediately dragged Xia Yan down and landed in the middle of them before activating the dark space teleportation shield. Swish! The group of 4 returned to the cave halfway up the snowy mountain. Phew! Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Quit while you're ahead. Once they're done fighting and crippled, we'll clean up the battlefield." Puh! The lynx loosened its jaws, and the semi-invisible dragon egg fell to the ground. Jiang Shao got a great shock and thought, be gentler. What if it was smashed? Second Last also transformed into a human, but the dragon egg under her feet suddenly began to make cracking sounds. As the cracks appeared, the hidden dragon egg began to tremble violently. Jiang Shao remained silent. What he feared would come true. Everyone immediately tensed up. Under conscious observation, they could still see the silhouette of the translucent dragon egg. Kacha! The hidden dragon's eggshell cracked open, and a small creature with a vague outline appeared in front of everyone. Its body was about 30 meters long, and its entire body was coiled up in the egg. It was really hard to imagine that the 35 to 38 meter long hidden dragon was actually such a small cub. The hidden dragon cub flew up from the broken dragon egg, but it was still not proficient enough in flying. Hence, it flew in a crooked manner. The first person it saw was Xia Yan. The hidden dragon cub also floated in the air and slowly swam towards Xia Yan. "Jiang Shao?" Xia Yan asked as her body tensed up and she seemed to be on the verge of exploding. "Don't move, it's all right, I'll guard you," Jiang Shao said frantically. The small hidden dragon circled around Xia Yan's body and observed her for a while before flying away towards Jiang Shao. The hidden dragon cub coiled around Jiang Zhao's ankles and upper body, causing him to be so frightened that he remained motionless and had no idea what it was going to do. Its semi-invisible body was really too strange, and Xia Yan could even see through the hidden dragon's body to see what was covered by its body. Only the outline of the hidden dragon's body was blurry. Under Jiang Zhao's gaze, the little hidden dragon left again and flew towards Han Jiangshu. This time, it flew very quickly and didn't even circle around Han Jiangshu's body. It merely glanced at Han Jiangshu and floated to the side before arriving in front of Second Last. The hidden dragon cub let out a faint roar and flew around Second Last. In the end, it even hid behind Second Last and avoided the sight of the other three. Be it out of shyness or panic, the hidden dragon cub was clearly trying to seek protection. Second Last frowned slightly and said, "It's so arrogant when it grows up, but it's very timid when it was young." Jiang Zhao said, "I don't think it's timid, I think it's a sign of wisdom. Or maybe it's a biological characteristic. When it's young, it will always have some instincts. The dragon cave is so dangerous, and this arrogant and domineering dragon should have sought protection from its parents when it was just born. That should be its biological instinct. If it's arrogant and belligerent as soon as it's born, it won't be able to survive in the dragon cave at all. Did you bring it out just now so that it could familiarize itself with your aura?" Han Jiangshu said, "My star dragon is still in its infant stage and it doesn't have the intention to seek protection from others. It almost self-destructed when it saw you last time." Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "It should have something to do with its character and star techniques?" Han Jiangshu thought about it and said, "You mean, it's because of its star techniques and its strong and unyielding character?" "Yeah, I think so." Jiang Zhao nodded and continued, "Look at the star technique of this hidden dragon. That's the standard configuration of a sinister and cunning person. When it's still in its infant stage, it might really look for a backer before it matures. One is reckless, and the other will explode if it's not convinced. The other needs to develop and become a god in the later stages. There's a huge difference. Is that why it's like this?" Second Last shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. We're the pioneers of the dragon cave. Future generations will learn the knowledge that we leave behind." Jiang Zhao licked his lips excitedly and said, "Look at it now. It's looking for protection from a powerhouse. Second Last, you can try to absorb it as a star pet. Don't you happen to have an empty star slot?" Second Last pondered for a while and said, "I'll wait for the higher-ups to decide after we go back. I'll fight for it." Jiang Zhao thought about it again and said, "That's right, it's safer that way. This creature has a high IQ and it won't take long for it to learn and understand the human language. If nothing goes wrong, it should be in its infant stage for a long time. If you manage to apply for it, you must nurture your relationship with it well before you absorb it as a star pet." Second Last nodded, for she was well aware of the ideas that Di Lian and her team had put forward. In particular, if the Star Warrior and the Star Pet were to reach an agreement, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the probability of success in the absorption. Jiang Zhao took advantage of the fact that the hidden dragon still couldn't understand human language and said, "Throw it into your shadow of calamity. We still have to go to the battlefield later, don't hurt it by accident. My shadow of calamity is too big, it'll disappear easily." Second Last turned around and slowly stretched her hand out to gently rub the semi-invisible outline of the dragon. The texture was simply amazing. The baby hidden dragon floated up along Second Last's long arm, and Second Last's sharp gaze gradually softened. She waved her left hand and the space door opened. She then strode in. "Hurry up," Jiang Zhao said from behind. "The outcome of the battle over there is about to come out." As soon as Jiang Zhao finished speaking, he saw Second Last walking out and closing the shadow of calamity. Jiang Zhao was speechless. "You're really decisive, aren't you? Do you have a heart of stone?" Was that rare look of gentleness in your eyes all an illusion? Don't tell me you threw the hidden dragon youngling away after you went in? Second Last raised her head and gestured at Jiang Zhao. "Give the order." Jiang Zhao rubbed his teary eyes and said, "Wait a little longer. There are some changes and the battle has attracted a lot of hungry guys. Xia Yan suddenly said with some hesitation. Are we really going to that battlefield? There are so many dragons. 1, 2, 6? Is this a team? Crystal dragons? It should be the fog dragon that intercepted the crystal dragon. I can't sense it. I can sense it. The fog dragon has been smeared with frost. Jiang Shao nodded with a sullen expression and said, This is an opportunity, but we have to be careful. Previously, I encountered a battle between more than 10 dragons and it attracted the absolute overlord of this place, imprisoned dragon. It's too cunning. It likes to be the last one, huh? Xia Yan's eyes widened and she exclaimed, The head that emerged from the ground is huge. Is that the imprisoned dragon you were talking about? Has it really been attracted? All of a sudden, Second Last and Han Jiangshua looked over. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It should be. The dragon's horns are too long. It must be. The size of a dragon could not only be judged by its length, but also by its thickness. Although the imprisoned dragon was only more than 10 meters longer than the star dragon, it was much larger. Just by looking at the dragon's head, they could feel the absolute visual difference. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly and said, It was the one who ambushed us last time. It's our turn this time. It's been exposed, Xia Yan said. Jiang Shao got even more excited and he sensed the scene of the dragons attacking the imprisoned dragon. He gloated and said, Yes. Kill it. Let's go together. Kill this cunning old bee starred. Second Last was speechless. Han Jiangshua was speechless. The 1st to the 7th were the double monthly votes period. Under normal circumstances, Yu would increase the monthly vote. However, Yu had to go to Shanghai to participate in the annual celebration of Yuewan on the 5th. Besides, he had to increase the monthly votes for his birthday at the end of December. Hence, he had no choice but to force himself to do so. Yu had already done his best to ensure that there were stable updates and that he would not take any leave. Before the 7th, the monthly votes would be doubled. If the gap was too large, it would be difficult for him to catch up later on. Usually, the toxic healer would be at the front. However, during the Lunar New Year, the Platinum and Gods were too ferocious and sent a bunch of books. Everyone, please support us with the monthly vote. At least don't let the toxic healer fall behind too much. Please. Chapter 984. Xia Yan and Jiang Shao, the two war reporters, were obviously not as qualified as the Shadow Crow. Be it Second Last or Han Jiangshua, they could only guess what was happening from the conversation between the two of them. Xia Yan couldn't help but grimace and say, What a ruthless bite. Oh my God! Are they united against a common enemy? The imprisoned dragon didn't do anything. Why did it incur the wrath of the masses? Jiang Shao looked at Second Last in a daze and said, I finally know why the imprisoned dragon always appears at the end. Second Last raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Yeah, why? Jiang Shao said, It attracts too much hatred. Xia Yan is right. The imprisoned dragon didn't do anything at all. It merely popped its head out of the ground. However, it was attacked by a group of crystal dragons, a star dragon, 2 hidden dragons, and a mist dragon with such a simple movement. All the dragons at the scene gave up on their previous opponents and attacked the imprisoned dragon. Second Last said with a bewildered expression, The characteristics of the crystal dragons and star dragons are that they won't stop until they die. After confirming their opponents, they won't change their target. However, Jiang Shao said, Didn't you just say that we're the ones who created the world? You have to rely on the information we give. Now, I'll tell you what really happened. They gave up on their previous opponents and focused their fire on the imprisoned dragon. Second Last nodded thoughtfully and said, One thing we can be sure of is that the dragons are very intelligent. Perhaps they have their own priorities. Jiang Shao followed Second Last's train of thought and continued, Yes, in the case of high intelligence, they will have a certain degree of self-control and will be able to distinguish which is the greatest threat. Be it the crystal dragon or the star dragon, they've all given up on their previous targets and are attacking the imprisoned dragons underground. Second last licked her lips and nodded. Such information might even be more precious than star beads. Intelligence was the key to a battle. In Jiang Zhao's perception, the rain painted a terrifying scene for him. Countless behemoths soared into the sky and aimed at the imprisoned dragon underground before bombarding it. Ice crystals, fog, stars, hidden chong, that was the price that Qiu Long had to pay for accidentally exposing his abilities. He was able to attract so much hatred because, on the one hand, he was the strongest. On the other hand, he reckoned that his star technique was the most disgusting. However, the imprisoned dragon was clearly not venomous enough. If it had the star technique of enmity like Jiang Shao, all dragons would avoid it like a fly. Oh, I've finally met someone who can deal with this old bastard, Jiang Shao said excitedly. The imprisoned dragons have thrown out the smaller ones. They want to imprison the bodies and star power of those dragons. Do the two of you still remember the last time we were entangled by the little imprisoned dragon? Han Jiangxue nodded softly. Jiang Shao gloated and said, "Those little imprisoned dragons that once imprisoned our bodies can only imprison the star power and star techniques of other dragons, but they can't imprison the bodies of other dragons. This scene is too terrifying." Xia Yan subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand and looked at the ground in a daze. Clearly, she was immersed in the earth-shattering battle. Han Jiangxue looked at the two of them speechlessly. She never thought that she would actually go to the Dragon Cave to watch a live broadcast. Well, a live broadcast was not accurate. It should be called a voice broadcast, Xia Yan suddenly said with a panicked expression. "Hey, Jiang Shao, there's a situation. Have you discovered it? There's a group of crystal dragons rushing over from another direction. They're probably heading to the battlefield because of the sound." Jiang. Nine Tails. Xia Yan couldn't be blamed for being so anxious. The race value of the dragons in the Dragon Cave was too high, and the crystal dragons were too fast. If she hesitated for a while longer, a battle might break out. "Got it, don't panic, leave it to me." Jiang Shao strode out of the cave and bathed in the rain and snow. However, he saw the setting sun in the distance. The environment was really a bit strange. It was clearly raining and snowing, but the sky was clear and the sun was setting in the west. It felt like a solar rain. No, it should be called a solar sleet due to the rain of tears. A large area of the sky above Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's heads was covered with dark clouds. However, Jiang Shao stood on the mountainside and looked at the large area of the sky above the farthest horizon. It was still clear and sunny. Jiang Shao sensed a group of crystal dragons flying over from afar in his mind. There were a total of 4 of them, and one of them suddenly hit the jackpot. As it flew, it fell down. The few crystal dragons beside him were a little dumbfounded. Their bodies came to an abrupt halt in the air, and they turned their heads to look at their companions underground. The crystal dragon that had fallen to the ground seemed to be waking up after experiencing a violent impact on the ground. However, it did not get up again. Instead, it chose to lie on the ground and sleep. That's good, but the problem is that it has a companion. That damned crystal dragon companion actually went to wake up the sleeping crystal dragon? Under the impact of its companion, the crystal dragon finally woke up. It was like an ice sculpture that could not figure out what was going on at all, of course. Although its claws were large, its legs were very short. Hence, it really could not figure out what was going on. Jiang Shao was anxious and wanted to quickly let the crystal dragons fall asleep so that he could shift his attention to the other side of the battlefield. To Jiang Shao, that was the real battlefield, and it was full of precious resources. While Jiang Shao activated his resentment and felt the group of crystal dragons in the sleet, he looked at the distant horizon. The rapidly setting sun seemed to be telling Jiang Shao that time was passing quickly. Soon, the night sky appeared. The sky of the Dragon Cave had lost the radiance of the sun. A bright galaxy quietly appeared, and a small number of stars in the sky were also rotating at a speed visible to the naked eye. They fell to the horizon and were covered by the ground. Ah, it feels terrible. Jiang Shao sensed the group of crystal dragons flying over and looked at the rapidly rotating stars in the distant sky, telling Jiang Shao again and again that time was passing quickly. The more Jiang Shao looked at it, the more vexed he felt. If one of the crystal dragons fell asleep, the rest would fall asleep too. However, the other companions of the crystal dragons would go to investigate what was happening and call for their companions. Then, the crystal dragon would wake up again. In order to make the group of crystal dragons fall asleep, they would have to fall for it at the same time. The probability of triggering resentment was very low in the first place. It would be a joke to make a group of crystal dragons fall asleep at once. Under such circumstances, the more Jiang Shao looked at the fast-moving stars, the more annoyed he felt. He wished he could drag the stars back and slow down time. At the moment that Jiang Shao had that thought, huff! Jiang Zhao's eyes froze and his entire body stiffened. At the next moment, the Big Dipper star map in front of his chest suddenly bloomed, and a strong wave of star power surged into his body. Second Last's pupils constricted slightly. In the cave, Han Jiangxue suddenly turned her head to look at Jiang Shao. Xia Yan immediately snapped back to her senses and subconsciously took a step back. She got into a defensive posture, only to discover that the surging wave of star power actually came from the little toxic healer at the entrance of the cave. Galaxy? This is he going to advance to Galaxy? The seemingly endless and rich star power surged into Jiang Zhao's body frantically, and slowly, the Big Dipper star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest floated out slowly. The illusory star chart soared up into the cloudy night sky, flying further and further, gradually expanding, and expanding, penetrating through the layers of dark clouds, as if it was going to merge with the cold stars in the night sky. Jiang Shao opened his mouth and looked up at the sky. His dark eyes seemed to be able to see through the dark clouds and see the twinkling cold stars in the night sky. In the cave, the few of them dared not speak, for fear of disturbing Jiang Shao. They couldn't be bothered anymore. Ha! Jiang Zhao's body trembled slightly, and his eyes became completely dark. There was no white left in his eyes. And in that pair of eyes in the void, 9 star diagrams arranged in a formation gradually appeared. At this moment, the indignant roar of an imprisoned dragon could be vaguely heard from the other side of the sky. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even though they were far away, the indignant roar of the dragon was so soft that their bodies began to tremble. Their hearts were in their throats, and it was as if their souls were going to be sucked out of their bodies. Go in. Hurry up and go in. Second Last immediately opened the door of the Calamity Ruins and flashed over. She then grabbed Jiang Shao, who was immersed in the star map, and rushed into Second Last's Calamity Ruins. Ha! A layer of cold sweat appeared on Second Last's forehead, and she was extremely flustered. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she carefully placed Jiang Shao on the ground. However, Jiang Shao remained motionless. In his empty, pitch-black eyes, there were 9 stars that were arranged into a formation and flickered with a faint light. Xia Yan sat on the ground, and in just a few seconds, a layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic, and she said in a trembling voice, "Is that the star technique of imprisoned dragons ode of imprisoned death that was mentioned in the information?" "I think so." Han Jiangxue was a little nervous too. She stepped forward and knelt beside Jiang Shao before looking down at the silent person. Even though imprisoned dragon was roaring, Jiang Shao still did not react at all. What is he doing? What is he thinking about? Han Jiangxue tried her best to suppress the panic in her heart and leaned down to carefully observe Jiang Zhao's eyes. His eyes were no longer sclera or pupils. All that was left was a void. And in this void there was a star in each of his eyes, arranged in an orderly manner in the 9-star formation. Strictly speaking, it was not the Big Dipper star map. If it were the so-called 9-star map of ancient China, it would be 7 stars put together in the shape of a spoon, and there would be a dimmer star on the left and right sides of the spoon. However, the star map in Jiang Zhao's eyes was not like that. It was completely in the shape of a spoon. At this moment, the spoon was slanted and arranged at a 45-degree angle. It did not look like a spoon at all. If it was arranged horizontally, it wouldn't be a soup spoon. If it was arranged vertically, it would look like a question mark. However, if it was arranged diagonally, it would look much more impressive. However, Han Jiangxue did not care about being cool or impressive. She just wanted to know what had happened to Jiang Xiao. The toxic healer is about to take off. Seeking monthly votes for support. Chapter 985. Han Jiangxue had already gone to Star C. In fact, everyone present had gone to Star C and had all experienced the stage of being enlightened. However, during the process of being instilled with the star map, everyone was sober and the process of advancing to Star C did not take long. Han Jiangxue picked up Jiang Zhao's wrist and looked at the watch on his wrist before looking up at second last. Her intentions were obvious. Besides second last, a translucent hidden dragon cub was wrapped around her body. It had no idea what was going on, but it seemed to be comforting second last silently. Second last wasn't sure if it was really comforting her or if it was just the biological instinct of a newborn dragon. It could also be one of the means that the weak dragon cub would use to curry favor with the powerful creatures around it before it matured so as to gain the protection of the strong. No matter what, second last sensed Han Jiangxue's sincerity and gently stroked the body of the hidden dragon with one hand while saying, "The countdown is 3 minutes. Okay." Han Jiangxue nodded and slowly sat down. She calmed down and said, "According to the information, imprisoned dragon rarely uses this star technique." Second last said, "It's a matter of life and death. It's probably going to die together." Seventh last. Xia Yan snapped back to her senses. She had the field tears and of course, she was someone who had observed the battlefield. She speculated, yes, the imprisoned dragon is surrounded and entangled by multiple dragons. It's probably going to die soon, so it activated this star technique?" Second last nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's very useful information." Xia Yan asked, "What information?" Second last said, "When killing imprisoned dragon, you have to use a star technique like silence or silence. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll die together with it." Xia Yan was secretly astonished and thought, "Kill imprisoned dragon? Who in this world would have the guts to kill imprisoned dragon?" Xia Yan was someone who had really seen the battlefield and knew how devastating it was. The imprisoned dragon was being smashed by the ice crystals, the hidden dragon charge, the star explosion, and the fog, yet it was still able to struggle and even retaliate. Who would dare to kill such a creature? It seemed that this toxic healer was the only one who would dare to go against imprisoned dragon. "I heard that the little poison healer really killed an imprisoned dragon in the dragon cave last time?" Xia Yan wasn't a slow person. She just didn't have a clear understanding of how powerful the imprisoned dragon was. After watching the battle just now, the imprisoned dragon was almost a deified creature in Xia Yan's heart. With this scene as a premise, and the fact that Jiang Xiao had killed an imprisoned dragon previously, Xia Yan couldn't help but shiver. This little toxic healer. Holy shit, this young man? "Time's up," Han Jiangxue said. "Okay." Second last's body flickered, and she arrived at the entrance of the Scourge ruins. Han Jiangxue stared at second last silently, only to see her opening the door of the Scourge ruins and poking her head out. At the next moment, second last turned around and said anxiously, "Come out! Come out!" Han Jiangxue scooped Jiang Shao up with one hand, placed him under her armpit, and carried him up. Second last said, "Put him." Before she finished speaking, second last stopped because she remembered that there was a hidden dragon cub in the space. Given Jiang Zhao's level of tolerance, nothing might happen to him, but it was still inappropriate to leave him and the hidden dragon here. Second last waved at the two of them and said, "Come out." Everyone swarmed out and were instantly dumbfounded. They could no longer hear the indistinct roars of the imprisoned dragon. However, the entire cave was shaking violently. Looking out, they saw that the ground was quaking and cracks were opening up one after another. The mountains were torn apart and the rivers were overflowing. Second last held onto the wall with one hand and controlled her body's balance. She yelled, "The door of the dragon cave will close in 15 to 20 minutes. Seventh last, use your domain tiers to sense the battlefield." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly. If she were the leader, she wouldn't have made such a decision. She would have immediately led everyone back to the entrance of the dragon cave and left. However, second last was thinking about the ruins of the battlefield in the distance. Second last was not a greedy person, and Han Jiangxue was also willing to describe her as a bold and talented person. "Sure, you want to complete the mission resolutely, but I still have Jiang Shao in my arms." However, second last continued, "Seventh last, open the Calamity Shadow Gate." While summoning the domain tiers, Xia Yan opened the gate of the Calamity Shadow Ruins. Under second last's instructions, Han Jiangxue threw Jiang Shao in. Xia Yan immediately closed the gate and said, "There are dragon corpses all over there. There are plenty of dragon corpses in the surroundings too." Second last said, "The timer is 3 minutes. No matter how many star beads we obtain, once the 3 minutes are up, we'll immediately teleport back to the entrance." Eighth last. Han Jiangxue put aside her messy thoughts and focused her attention on activating the dark space teleportation shield. She then immediately retracted it. The trio appeared on a battlefield that was full of potholes and the ground was shattered. As the entire space shook violently, the sky alternated between day and night, and the entire space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Everyone quickly harvested the dragon corpses on the battlefield. For second last and Xia Yan, it didn't take 3 minutes at all. In just 40 seconds, the two of them had already cleared the battlefield. It was a huge harvest. Xia Yan quickly searched for the dragon corpses in the distance with the help of the domain tiers. 2.5 minutes later, Xia Yan flashed back. She had also retracted the soul of the sea devourer into her body. The frequent flashes and the continuous activation of the domain tiers made her out of star power. Hence, she had no choice but to borrow the star power of the soul of the sea devourer. Second last said, "Let's go. Go back." Han Jiangxue activated the dark space teleportation, and everyone immediately returned to the entrance of the dragon cave. They then scurried out of the 1-meter-wide entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the three of them dashed out hurriedly and dashed straight into the Calamity Shadow Ruins. The soldier standing at the entrance reacted quickly and waited for a full 10 seconds before peeking into the Calamity Shadow Ruins. "Where's Jiang Xiaopi? Is there one less member?" Second last said, "He's in our space." The soldier finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Wait a moment." Another person came forward to take over, and the soldier hurriedly walked down and opened the space door again, gesturing for the person inside to come out. Second last and the others walked out and said, "The space has been shattered. We're going to report to Commander Xiaobo now." The soldier froze for a moment and said, "The space in the dragon cave has been shattered? It has just been opened." As second last spoke, the soldiers of the Russian Federation who could understand Mandarin could no longer sit still. A team of them was still in the dragon cave and had yet to return. "The space has been shattered? The door of the dragon cave has been closed again? Wouldn't the soldiers of the Russian Federation have to stay in there forever? Second Last couldn't be bothered anymore and immediately brought Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue to Commander Xiao Bo's office to report the progress of the mission. As the news spread, the underground guards seemed to be getting restless too. Second Last's heart raced because she had obtained another piece of precious information. The closing of the entrance of the dragon cave probably had nothing to do with the length of time, but with the imprisoned dragon. The previous time, the entrance of the dragon cave was closed because the space was damaged after the imprisoned dragon was killed by the team. This time, the space was shattered again after the imprisoned dragon died, and the entrance of the dragon cave was about to close. Could that be a coincidence? Second Last didn't think so. After all, the dragon cave had just been opened, and it was already closed in less than half a day. Han Jiangxue grabbed Second Last's arm. Okay. Second Last stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at her. Han Jiangxue said, "Let's take a look at Nine-Tailed first." Second Last looked at Han Jiangxue's serious expression and immediately snapped back to her senses. Many of the star beads were still in Jiang Zhao's Calamity World, and Jiang Zhao's Calamity World had never been reported to the higher-up. Second Last nodded and gestured to Xia Yan beside her. Xia Yan looked at the spacious corridor around her and the soldiers stationed there. She chose a direction and opened her Calamity Ruins again. The three of them entered in a line and stood at the entrance. Jiang Shao, who had been lying on the ground, actually sat up. Jiang Shao was expressionless and his eyes were still glistening with 9 stars. He was terrifyingly quiet and motionless. Han Jiangxue strode forward and approached Jiang Shao slowly. Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao turned his head abruptly as if he had seen something. He reached out in Han Jiangxue's direction, only to grab nothing. He didn't have pupils and there was only the 9-star array in his eyes. Hence, Han Jiangxue didn't know where he was looking at. It was a strange feeling. Han Jiangxue took 2 steps forward again, and reached out to gently grab Jiang Zhao's palm that was in midair. Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and the 9-star array in his eyes glistened brightly like the stars. Say something, Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue squatted on the ground, and pressed her hand gently on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Heh! Jiang Shao sighed softly. His eyes gradually returned to normal, but they were still empty. After a while, there was a trace of focus in them. Han Jiangxue asked with a worried expression, "Are you all right?" Jiang Shao hesitated for a long time, and reacted very slowly like a retard. After a long while, he finally replied, "I'm fine." Finally hearing Jiang Zhao's voice, Han Jiangxue heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Is this the side effect of turning stars into martial arts?" This time, Jiang Shao answered a little faster. "Turning stars into martial arts." Hearing this, Han Jiangxue got nervous and said, "Have you broken through to the Star Sea stage? Is it because you haven't broken through successfully and are still in the Galaxy stage? Is that why the side effects are so great?" Jiang Shao murmured softly, "Galaxy stage." Xia Yan felt that something was amiss and she felt that Jiang Shao wasn't answering her but was learning how to speak instead. While thinking about it, Xia Yan couldn't help but say, "Sister Xia Yan is the most beautiful." Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at Xia Yan. "Have some shame." Xia Yan was speechless. Chapter 986. In Xiao Bo's office, the second-in-command of the Chinese garrison in the Dragon Cave base was sitting on the sofa at this moment, watching Xia Yan pull out piles of star beads. He was rendered speechless for a long time. Xiao Bo thought that he had seen a lot of the world ever since he successfully fought his way out of the Tail Feather Regiment and obtained a large amount of resources. However, Xiao Bo didn't expect him to be so wrong that he was ridiculously wrong. What was more interesting was that Xiao Bo hoped that he could continue to be wrong. He hoped that he could make such a mistake a few more times. 22 crystal dragon star beads, 5 hidden dragon star beads, 3 fog dragon star beads, 2 star dragon star beads, 1 imprisoned dragon star bead. What is this? This is the dragon cave. It's not a snowfield or a volcano. You're not killing white ghouls or lava ghouls, you're killing dragons. In particular, Xiao Bo had no choice but to sit on the sofa when he saw a translucent young hidden dragon wrapped around Second Last's tall body and hiding behind her. Yes, he was standing just now. Second Last said, "Sir, I have a few precious pieces of information to report to you now." After getting Xiao Bo's approval, Second Last told Xiao Bo about her speculations and the information that she had obtained in the Dragon Cave. She speculated about why the entrance of the Dragon Cave was closed, how to avoid the imprisoned dragons owed to imprisonment, how the other dragons had a common enemy against the imprisoned dragon, how to slaughter the imprisoned dragon properly, and the biological instincts of the young dragons. While listening to the report, Xiao Bo nodded repeatedly. If the reason why so many dragons died and the team obtained so many star beads because of Qiu Long's indiscriminate destruction, everything would make sense. At the same time, Xiao Bo also revealed a piece of valuable information that seemed to be able to verify Second Last's speculations. He said, regarding the speculation about the imprisoned dragons owed to imprisonment, a team of soldiers who were extremely far away from the imprisoned dragon escaped back to Earth after hearing the song of the imprisoned dragon. Soon after they came out, the entrance of the Dragon Cave was closed. From the looks of it, including the information from your last mission report, the stability of the Dragon Cave space should be closely related to creatures like the imprisoned dragons. Second Last nodded and glanced at Jiang Shao worriedly after reporting the information. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Shao did not speak at all. He was too quiet. Xiao Bo also noticed the look in Second Last's eyes. He had been digesting the shocking news and thus didn't have the time to pay attention to the other three. Xiao Bo also looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "Soldiers here?" Jiang Shao subconsciously stood at attention and responded. Xiao Bo asked with concern, "Did you hear Imprisoned Dragon's song? Is your condition not good? I'll arrange medical star warriors for you." With that, Xiao Bo picked up the walkie-talkie. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "No, sir, I'm a medical awakened star warrior. I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bo looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Let's go for a comprehensive examination." Jiang Shao said, "No, sir, I'm just a little confused. By the way, I've advanced to the galaxy stage." "Xiao Bo?" Jiang Shao said, "Star transformation into martial arts has provided me with too much knowledge. I need peace and quiet. I really need peace and quiet." Xiao Bo hurriedly said, "I'll allow you to go back and rest now. Little Luan can stay here and report. The two of you accompany him to the lounge." Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan hurriedly nodded in agreement. Xiao Bo then used the walkie-talkie to arrange for them to go to the lounge. It could be seen that Xiao Bo was very concerned about these people who had made great contributions. Jiang Shao was arranged to go to the lounge, but he still insisted on entering Xia Yan's Calamity Shadow training space. Xia Yan looked pitiful, and under Han Jiangshue's stern gaze, she had no choice but to open the door for Jiang Shao and stay in the lounge alone to communicate with the base and Second Last. As soon as Xia Yan closed the door of the Calamity Shadow training space, Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "I can save people now." Han Jiangxue asked, "Huh? Save people? Who are they?" Jiang Shao clenched his right fist and said, "Those who are lost in the alien sphere." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly and said, "Do you know what my 9-star map, star transformation into martial arts is?" Han Jiangxue was a little flustered and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Shao said, "Stars transposition." Han Jiangxue sorted out her emotions and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao said, "It literally means that the stars change their positions. It means that time changes." Jiang Shao frowned and pondered. He paced back and forth in front of Han Jiangxue saying, "My star map represents time and space." Han Jiangxue held her breath and thought, "What did I hear? Time and space? This kind of thing? Should it be something that humans could use? That should be what it means." "Yes, that's right," Jiang Shao said softly. His words made Han Jiangxue a little surprised, and she wondered, what does he mean by, "that should be what it means"? Hasn't Jiang Shao been enlightened? Why hasn't he mastered and understood the star map enough? This was something that could not possibly happen. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's internal star map had already been turned off. Well, it wasn't turned on or turned off. Instead, Jiang Zhao's internal star map had temporarily lost contact with him. In fact, Jiang Shao had been in a state of confusion, not only because of the massive amount of knowledge, operations, and application methods that the star transformation into martial arts had brought him, but also because his internal star map had been turned off. The internal star map gave Jiang Shao a very clear and brief message. Advancing to Star C, beginning the second stage, adjusting the internal star map, then there was nothing else. Jiang Shao couldn't open the internal star map no matter what. He didn't know when he could open the star map again, nor did he know how long it would take for it to be adjusted. Under normal circumstances, such information would definitely be a huge shock to Jiang Shao. However, after receiving the enlightenment from the Star C stage, Jiang Shao was even more surprised to learn about the use and operation of the star transformation into martial arts. Time and space. The closure and adjustment of the internal star map would obviously not affect Jiang Zhao's star transformation into martial arts, nor would it affect his use of any star technique. Jiang Shao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Han Jiangxue before saying, "I left a mark on Xia Yan's body just now." Han Jiangxue frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao explained, "This is the use of the spatial effect of the 9-star map, star transformation into martial arts." The scare in Jiang Zhao's eyes disappeared instantly, and so did his pupils, leaving only nothingness. In the nothingness, the 9-star array gradually emerged. Jiang Shao stretched his finger out and pointed in a direction. "That direction is the closest to Xia Yan." Han Jiangxue turned around to look, only to see a dim starry sky. That was also the location where Xia Yan's Calamity Ruins space gate was opened. Han Jiangxue followed Jiang Zhao's train of thought and guessed, "You said that you can save people. Do you mean that you can quickly find the closest route to your target even in a dimensional space?" Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. Han Jiangxue said calmly, "I'm not convinced by such an example. I've also walked in from the Calamity Ruins space gate, so I know that's the location to open the dimensional space gate." Jiang Shao said, "That's easy to solve. I'll summon a decoy and send it into the lower dimension, the upper dimension, or even the alien sphere. Then, I'll see if the star transformation into martial arts can bring me back. What do you think of this method?" Hearing his words, Han Jiangxue heaved a sigh of relief and said with a relieved expression, "Very good, this is a safe experimental method." Clearly, Han Jiangxue was afraid that Jiang Zhao's actual body would barge into the alien sphere. However, if the decoy could successfully return to Earth from the alien sphere after going through 1 or 2 experiments, why couldn't the decoy go up? There were too many uses for Jiang Zhao's star transformation into martial arts. Firstly, he could bring back his comrades and brothers who were lost in the alien sphere. Secondly, Jiang Shao could bring back all the high-quality star beads in the alien sphere and exchange them for high-quality star beads for his loved ones and team members. Lastly, according to the current trend, the alien sphere would probably fuse with Earth one day in the future, and Jiang Shao would be able to seize the initiative now. Could Jiang Shao completely pacify China before the alien sphere fuses with Earth? This goal might be a little big, but could Jiang Shao consciously choose some dangerous areas and destroy all the creatures there? A typical example would be the fugitives of Yanzhao and the tears of 8 Land. Once Earth fuses with the alien sphere, what would happen to the people in Yanzhao and 8 Land in Earth's dimension? Of course, before the fusion, the country should have already moved all the people there to a safe place to ensure the relative safety of the people. There was no doubt about that. However, if Jiang Shao could kill his way through the land of Yanzhao and Ba Min before everything happened, he would be able to kill his way through. That would prevent future troubles. Why not? The most unique thing about the star beasts was their territorial nature. Even if they fled, they wouldn't run too far away, and would mostly be active in a certain area. Hence, as long as Jiang Shao and his team were strong enough, they could completely eliminate some extremely dangerous and brutal races. This wasn't something inhumane. This was a war between humans and star beasts. If Jiang Shao were to exterminate the auspicious beasts, he would definitely not do such a thing. However, Jiang Shao would definitely not have any psychological burden if he were to kill the fugitives and tear the skeletons apart. Under the premise that Earth and the alien sphere would inevitably fuse, there was only one path for the humans and the fugitives. There was only one way for the humans and the fugitives: either you die or we die. Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue asked softly, calling out to Jiang Shao, who was in a daze. Ah! Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and continued, in addition to directional guidance, the 9-star map also has the function of time. Han Jiangxue said, "Tell me about it." Jiang Shao thought about it and prepared his words before saying, "I'll make it clear first. It's not like you think it is, but in a sense it counts." Han Jiangxue listened to Jiang Zhao's introduction attentively while accepting his magical star transformation into martial arts. Jiang Shao continued, "My people can't go back in time, but I can see what happened in the past when I stand in a certain place." Jiang Shao then looked at the door of the calamity space again. To Han Jiangxue, there was only her and Jiang Shao there. The direction that Jiang Shao was looking at was empty too. To Jiang Shao, an illusory gate to the shadow of Calamity Ruins was slowly opening in his eyes that were twinkling with the 9 stars. Then, Jiang Zhao's silhouette and Han Jiangxue's silhouette walked in through the door. Jiang Shao, whose figure was slightly blurry, turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said something agitatedly. There was no sound in this scene. However, from the shape of his mouth one could read, "I can save people now." Han Jiangxue, whose figure was blurry, mouthed silently, "Save people? Who are they?" The illusory Jiang Shao clenched his right fist, "Those who are lost in the alien sphere." Chapter 987. 3 days later, in the afternoon. In the Dragon Cave military base, Second Last was in Second Last's Calamity Ruins. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao, who was lowering his head and waiting for his answer. However, the answer seemed to have already been written on Jiang Zhao's face. At the side, Han Jiangxue was also rather worried, but she dared not disturb Jiang Shao. Hence, she had no choice but to wait for him to speak first. Xia Yan was not there. After the exploration of the Dragon Cave this time, the Tail Feather Squad had applied for 2 mission rewards, one of which was Second Last's Hidden Dragon Cub and the other was the 5 Hidden Dragon Star Bead. With the large number of resources that the team had obtained, the application for the 2 mission rewards went smoothly. The military stationed in the Dragon Cave also had the intention to encourage the Tail Feather Squad. Just yesterday, after the application for the reward was issued, Xia Yan absorbed a total of 5 Hidden Dragon Star Bead. When she absorbed the 5th bead, she finally absorbed the Diamond Body Star technique. The process of absorbing the star beads could be described as thrilling. Even if Xia Yan was a rich second-generation heir, it was useless. No matter how rich she was, she wouldn't be able to afford the Hidden Dragon Star Beads. When she absorbed the last star bead, Xia Yan was really on the verge of tears with a sullen expression, Fortunately, Jiang Zhao's bell made Xia Yan calm down and reorganize her emotions. In the end, the last hidden dragon star bead finally gave her a little reward. At this moment, Xia Yan was cooperating with the personnel of the Dragon Cave base to record her body data and test the specific functions of the hidden dragon body. Back to Jiang Shao. At this moment, Jiang Shao was leaning against the air wall with his arms crossed and his head lowered, staring at the ground with a distracted gaze. In synesthesia, Jiang Shao was trying to feel what the bait was feeling. Jiang Shao summoned another sparring skin, which not only had a 9-star map, but it was also of the star C rank. Of course, the star techniques of the green-coiled bull and flower-coiled bull had also been refreshed. At this moment, the star slot of the galaxy sparring skin was empty, and Jiang Shao did not embed any star beads for it either. It was just a test subject. In the morning, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue went to the mountainous area of Fun City and entered the snowfield dimensional space. The two of them had come to this snowy plain before. That was before they entered the Dragon Cave to investigate, and the Tail Feather Group had practiced their formation here. This snowfield space was not open to the public. It was specially prepared for warriors to explore the Dragon Cave. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue followed the directions given by the soldier, and after a few teleportations, they entered a valley. The terrain there was rather good. Although it was not hidden in a hill like the snowfield in Jianan village, the holy ground was located in a cave with tunnels leading in all directions. Amidst the chaos of the white ghouls, Jiang Shao threw the Galaxy 9 star map into the holy ground. Then, there was no then. The sparring partner immediately used the effect of star transformation, location detection, but he almost passed out from exhaustion. Jiang Shao hurriedly cut off the connection. The stumbling sparring partner's skin found a cave nearby, ran in and sealed the cave's entrance. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. In second-last Scourge Ruins, Jiang Shao finally raised his head and looked at the two of them. He said in a low voice, "No, I can't catch it. That space-time tunnel can change directions more than 10 times in a second. It's too fast." Jiang Shao lowered his eyes and said in a softer and softer voice, "That space-time tunnel is not something that humans can keep up with at all. Even if we have the star technique teleportation, we won't be able to catch up." Second last sighed softly and didn't say anything. Han Jiangxue stepped forward and pulled Jiang Shao into her arms. She gently patted his back and comforted him. Jiang Zhao's excited look from 3 days ago was still fresh in her mind. At this moment, his dream had been shattered. It turned out that the star's transposition, star transformation could indeed be used to find the way home. However, the space-time tunnel from the upper dimension to the lower dimension was flickering wildly and constantly changing positions. It was impossible for anyone to catch up with it at all. That was the case in the upper dimension, not to mention the alien sphere. At this moment, Shanghai Sparring Skin, who was in the upper dimension, had already finished recuperating. He stood in the dark cave and the 9 stars array diagram glistened in his eyes again. The sparring skin began to look for the way home according to Xia Yan's position marked by the 9 stars array diagram. Then, his 9 starry eyes flickered, revealing a resplendent cold glint. His head quickly spun, and his body continuously spun. He had found his way home, and he had found a lot of ways home. However, the space-time tunnel was extremely unstable and would change directions more than 10 times in a second. Why was there a fixed path to the holy ground upwards, but there wasn't such a fixed path downwards? Shouldn't a door open in both directions? Stop, don't force yourself. Han Jiangxue's soft voice sounded in Jiang Zhao's ears, and her cold voice was unusually gentle. Jiang Shao said again, "I can't find any pattern." There's no pattern at all. The high frequency of positioning for a long time made Shanghai Sparring Skin's head feel muddled. Jiang Zhao's head also became increasingly dizzy, and he immediately turned off his synesthesia. After a long while, the feeling gradually disappeared. After all, it was just a feeling under synesthesia, and Jiang Zhao's body did not really suffer any damage. Second last said, if there's really a fixed path, many people would have returned long ago. You know that better than me. Jiang Zhao took a deep breath. He initially wanted to go up and look for little Chongyang, but it seemed that he had no choice but to be the bait. Second last continued, it's great that you have such a spatial positioning. At least next time, no criminal can escape from your tracking. Second last then changed the topic. How many targets can you locate? Jiang Zhao patted Han Jiangshua's back and gently broke free from her embrace. 3 targets. Second last thought about it and said, you have the ability to trace the past. Can you pair it with the spatial positioning ability? When you check the past, can you leave a mark on that person's body? Jiang Zhao shook his head and said, no, I have to see the real person. I have to lock my eyes on someone in order to leave a mark on the target with the 9 stars eyes. Okay. Second last pondered for a moment and looked at the watch on her wrist before saying, have a good rest. It's time for me to cooperate with the staff of the base to study the hidden dragons. Jiang Zhao suddenly said, I have to make a trip to the country of Will and Belan City. Slightly stunned, second last asked, what are you doing? Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, rewind the battle where Star Conversion Liana tried to possess her daughter, Martha. I want to see Liana's star map. Second last was dumbfounded. Second last was the one who suggested to Jiang Zhao to create Liana's star map. She knew exactly what Jiang Zhao wanted to do. Jiang Zhao said, since I already know the specific function of Liana's star map, it'll be worth it even if I have to spend some time to decipher the mystery if I can analyze it frame by frame without making any mistakes and uncover her star map in all its aspects. Most importantly, we all know the function of the star atlas. We just have to work hard in the right direction and go back to the reasoning process from the correct result. With a sullen expression, Han Jiangshua said, are you sure you want that star map? You can ask for the star map of anyone around you. We'll also tell you our own understanding to help you achieve star conversion martial arts more smoothly. Jiang Zhao nodded and said, everyone's star map has a different function. I'm sure that I really want that cloak star map. Regardless of whether I choose to take Liana's star map or not, I have to make this trip to the country of Will. Okay. Second last suddenly said, okay, I'll go and cooperate with the researchers. Have a good rest here. We'll go to Belan City, country of willpower at 9 a.m. tomorrow, which is 2 a.m. in the country of willpower. Jiang Zhao looked up at second last and pondered for a while before saying, okay, that works too. The more people there were, the more assurance there would be. In terms of rewinding time, it was indeed easy for Jiang Zhao to look at what happened a few seconds or minutes ago, and he didn't expend much energy either. However, if he were to go back in time, Jiang Zhao's energy would be greatly depleted. It had already been 2 months since the battle between Jiang Zhao and Liana, and Jiang Zhao would have to pay a huge price if he were to go back in time. If nothing went wrong, he would only be able to persist for 8 to 10 minutes at most before falling unconscious. However, Jiang Zhao had to take note of the fact that he could use decoy to go back in time. Although Jiang Zhao would also be affected by synesthesia and his head would stiffen and he would feel a little tired, that was just a feeling brought about by synesthesia. Jiang Zhao's energy was not depleted, and his body was not damaged. Hence, for a star map that was not afraid of wasting star beads and losing star techniques, Jiang Zhao would be able to turn star conversion martial arts into star conversion martial arts and summon decoy again and again. Staring at second last's back, Jiang Zhao said, the characteristics and biological instincts of the hidden dragons are an opportunity for you. If you two are already getting along well, I suggest that you absorb it as soon as possible. When it grows up, It will definitely become an arrogant dragon like the other hidden dragons. At this moment, the relationship between the two of you should be the most solid. After you subdue it, your relationship will change completely and everything will be easier. Little Jiangshue's star dragon is the best example. Okay. Second last didn't turn around and simply waved her hand to open the space door. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao were the only ones left in the space. She said, "Go over there and sleep for a while. Summon Pi back to replace you during daily operations. Don't force yourself in the upper dimension." Jiang Shao said, "I still want to go to the E family." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "How many more weeks will it be before you start teaching again?" Jiang Shao said, "No, I want to go back in time to see the battle scene. I want to see the battle scene between Yi Tinghui and Hua Xing before I arrived at the battlefield. I want to see where Baze went. At the very least, I want to know how he escaped. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated." Han Jiangshue's gentle expression gradually turned frosty again, and her voice became much colder too. "If we can find him, that would be even better." Jiang Shao nodded solemnly. It was indeed difficult to find out where the person who possessed the star technique of teleportation had gone to, but it would be very useful for Jiang Shao to know what method he used and which nodes he escaped to. Firstly, Jiang Shao could gain a deeper understanding of his opponent's star technique. Secondly, after Jiang Shao found out about the nodes where he escaped, he would be able to know if his trump card had been exposed. Lastly, it would be perfect if he could really find Baze. How could one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? To Jiang Shao, it should be chasing thieves for 1,000 days and killing them for 1,000 days. The battle at the E family happened a month ago. Compared to the battle with Liana, it should be easier to trace back. Regardless of which battle it was, Jiang Shao was prepared to use the bait to watch. If the bait's body was damaged and its energy was depleted, he would summon it again. Jiang Shao had to restore the two battles and get to the bottom of it. Chapter 988. The next day, it was 9 a.m. China time. Jiang Shao and Second Last appeared in a dense forest on the outskirts of Balan City, country of Will. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was still early in the morning and the sky was dark. Jiang Shao had experienced a rainstorm here before, so he was very clear about the terrain. The two of them took a few steps in the dense forest and stood behind a tree, looking at the dilapidated apartment building. There were some glimmers of light in the window of the second apartment on the west side of the second floor. It seemed to be the light emitted by the television. Second Last turned to look at Jiang Shao and nodded gently. She said in a hoarse voice, "No problem, go straight to the balcony on the fourth floor." Jiang Shao reached out and grabbed Second Last's arm, after which the two of them flashed again and appeared on the spacious balcony on the top floor of the apartment building where the tragic scene had once taken place. Sniff, Second Last sniffled and reached into the side pocket of her black trousers to take out a vacuum bag. Of course, it was called a vacuum bag, but the air in it had not been sucked out. There were 2 handkerchiefs stacked inside. She turned to look at Jiang Shao and mouthed, "Living room, left room, 1 person." Second Last then held her breath and took out a handkerchief. Her body then flickered. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and hurriedly flashed over, only to see that Second Last was holding a handkerchief in one hand and gently placing it on the mouth and nose of a Caucasian man in the bedroom. However, the man seemed to be very vigilant and the gentle action seemed to have awakened him. Second Last frowned slightly and lifted him up with one hand before sealing his mouth and nose with the handkerchief. She then lifted him up into the air. In just a few seconds, the man's limbs turned limp and he no longer showed any signs of struggling. Second Last casually tossed the man onto the bed and turned to look at Jiang Shao. She said softly, "Let's begin." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "No matter what happens in the future, "Don't do this to me." Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, "I can knock him unconscious or suffocate him, but I'll hurt him. What I'm doing is already the ideal way. He'll sleep until tomorrow, but his body won't be harmed." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and left the bedroom. He then scanned the surroundings and waved his right hand, after which a brand new galaxy sparring skin appeared in front of them. This place used to be a mess, but now it was clear that it had been tidied up. This young man still dared to sleep here. Was it because he was brave, or did he not know that a murder had happened here? Last time, this house was in a mess. Could it be that the police concluded that it was a robbery? Jiang Shao shook his head and got rid of those boring thoughts. On the other side, the training partner who was walking towards the balcony, the whites and pupils of his eyes disappeared, turning into nothingness. As the sparring partner carefully pulled open the glass door and stepped onto the spacious balcony, his eyes flashed with the 9 stars diagram. Second last sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at her watch. She then crossed her legs and tilted her head to look at the 2 people on the balcony. In second last's world, it was pitch black and there were only 2 people standing there silently. However, in the world that Jiang Shao and the sparring partner were in, the stars in the sky began to rotate rapidly. Jiang Shao and the sparring partner moved in unison, almost at the same pace. They turned around abruptly and looked at the door. They saw a figure moving backward quickly. It was the young man who was unconscious on the bed. He moved backward in the living room while pieces of clothes floated onto his body. Finally, he picked up the backpack that flew towards him and walked out of the room. The sparring partner raised his head slightly and looked at the sky while his eyes that were glistening with stars emitted a faint ray of light. The stars in the night sky became even faster, so fast that they disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that the entire night sky and day sky were alternating rapidly, and the sky was bright and dark at times. The sparring partner slowly lowered his head and turned to look at the door again. However, he saw the same figures retreating out of the door again and again, while the sky behind him and above him was alternating between black and white. Dozens of seconds passed. The sparring partner suddenly raised his right hand and pointed his finger in the air gently. Second last, who was sitting on the sofa, squinted her eyes slightly. She had no idea what happened because there were only 2 people pretending to be mysterious. If outsiders saw them, they might even think that the 2 of them had mental problems. To Jiang Shao and the sparring partner, a brown-haired Caucasian young man was retreating to the broken door at this moment. It was the bait Jiang Shao. The sparring partner and Jiang Shao turned around at the same time, only to see that the balcony behind them was in a mess. At this moment, the sky outside was hazy and it was drizzling. There were 2 slightly blurry figures on the railing at the edge of the balcony. One of them was wearing a cloak while the other was lying limply on the ground. The sparring partner strode towards the outermost part of the balcony and stared intently at the 2 blurry figures. The scene was frozen. The cloaked person raised her head slightly and her eyes were white, as if she was sighing and enjoying something. She was holding a sharp sword in her hand and stabbing it into the heart of the woman beneath her. Martha, who was beneath the cloaked person, Liana, had already turned pale and her expression was stiff. She didn't struggle at all and her pupils had constricted to the size of needles. The miserable scene was extremely shocking and soul-stirring to Jiang Shao. The sparring partner stretched out his finger and tapped it in the air before gently sliding it to the left. The 2 figures retreated rapidly and the sparring partner frowned and frantically tapped his finger. However, the person in front of him had already disappeared. The sparring partner turned around, only to see the frozen scene behind him. In the living room, Martha's body was contorted, and she was bending over with her face tilted up and her hands clutching her hair tightly. The cloaked person was holding her hair with one hand and pressing it against her waist, tearing it apart. The sparring partner took a deep breath and tapped his finger gently. At the next moment, the frozen scene finally moved, but it was no longer rewinding and playing. Instead, it was playing normally. As the sparring partner continued to adjust the scene, the two blurry figures gradually became clearer. At this moment, Jiang Shao was at this time and place in the past. He was silently observing everything from a third-person perspective. The cloaked person tugged and threw Martha forward. Martha fell onto the ground and sat on the boundary between the balcony and the living room. She then raised her head and looked at the cloaked person walking towards the living room. Martha kept shaking her head. Her feet kicked the ground randomly, and she used her hands to support her body. She retreated in a panic and moved backward. The cloaked person walked out and approached her step by step. She kicked the wooden table beside her and the flower pot fell to the side. One of them approached while the other crawled backward. The two figures passed through the sparring partner's body and finally arrived at the railing of the balcony. The cloaked person finally forced Martha to the edge. She raised her foot and stepped on Martha's shoulder. Jiang Shao had seen such a scene in the Tier realm before. What he didn't see was the scene in the living room. Now it was all connected. As the two of them moved slowly, the sparring partner's palms stiffened and the scene froze again. The sparring partner walked to the edge of the balcony and lay down slowly along the contour of Martha's body before leaning against the balcony railing. From this angle, Liana, who was squatting on the ground with the cloak star map in front of her chest, was right in front of the sparring partner. In the living room, Second Last watched the silent pantomime and suddenly heard Jiang Shao say, "It should be." Second Last asked in a nasal voice, "Huh?" As soon as she said that, she acutely discovered that the two Jiang Zhao's expressions were gradually becoming sullen. In fact, that was indeed the case. Jiang Zhao's head was getting heavier and heavier, and the sense of fatigue was also getting stronger. Jiang Shao quickly summoned his Sea Devourer soul and draped a black cloak over him while rubbing the side of his face with its little hands. However, Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered anymore. He grabbed the Sea Devourer cloak and pulled it off before walking towards the balcony. The Sea Devourer cloak was speechless. Second Last only saw the two Jiang Zhaos at the edge of the balcony railing, one squatting and the other lying down. However, be it the squatting or lying down, the two of them were carefully scrutinizing each other, seemingly comparing something. Jiang Zhao's expression was tense and he stammered slowly. The style is exactly the same and the details are the same. The hood, collar, lines, patterns, and even the frequency of swinging. The black fog in the hood. After comparing for nearly a minute, Jiang Shao even compared all the details of the Sea Devourer cloak and Liana's star map. Is this really the Sea Devourer cloak? Jiang Shao immediately cut off the connection, and in his world, the gloomy and rainy sky instantly turned into a dark night. It was extremely silent. Jiang Shao sat on the ground and shook his head vigorously before putting the Sea Devourer cloak back into his body. Jiang Shao covered his head with one hand and waved his hand, after which another sparring partner appeared and replaced the one that had exhausted a lot of energy. In the end, of course, Jiang Shao got what he wanted, and his body didn't suffer too much energy or damage. However, in fact, the sparring partner was Jiang Shao and there was no one else there. It was just a difference in the way they addressed each other. Jiang Shao had personally experienced all the suffering and torment. Whoosh, Second Last, who was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, flashed and half-knelt in front of Jiang Shao. She had no idea what kind of thrilling scenes Jiang Shao had just experienced, but she knew how it felt like for Jiang Shao to overuse the star transformation. Second Last had experienced it before, and she didn't want to go through it again. Second Last tilted her head and looked at Jiang Shao, who was exhausted. "Take a break, we have a long time." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's really the Sea Devourer cloak. Every detail is accurate. In a while, I'll watch the process of Liana taking over Marta." Upon hearing this, Second Last smirked and pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head. She rubbed it gently and said, I've already imagined the scene of you taking over the Star Transformation members in the future. Jiang Shao grinned and said softly, "This is just the beginning. You're too confident in me. However, the mission is indeed going much smoother than I imagined. I've been to the dimensional space of the Sea Devourer cloak and captured its young. There are no other similar creatures there, and it's the only one." The hum whale has seen most of the creatures in the other dimensional spaces at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. In that case, Liana's star map is likely to contain the biological characteristics of the Sea Devourer cloak, which can only be reflected in mutated star pet. Second last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao gave a simple example and said, "The black and white candle flame is different from the ordinary candle flame clan. It has a special characteristic and can rely on other star pet." Jiang Shao did not mention the mutated black ridge fireplume in his space, which also had a special characteristic called fierce spirit. If the mutated species of the Sea Devourer cloak could exert its special characteristics to the extreme, it would probably be possession. The problem now was, if a mutated Sea Devourer cloak of a special color was found in the alien sphere, would it mean that the creature had already been controlled by it? Fortunately, there were very few mutated star beasts. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Please vote for the little toxic healer. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.